Hey, Death. Oh, God. God online as you're about to go to bed. I'm so sorry. I'm the worst friend. You can break up with me. That's what friends do. Man. I wanted to tell this story later, but speaking of random hitting on men, I made a gay joke at my fishing tournament today. Like, I shouldn't call it a gay joke, but I hit on a man at my fishing tournament today, and he was like the most redneck boy in the goddamn tournament. And let's just say it didn't go well. It didn't hit well. I thought it was 2021. I could hit on a man, but not at a fishing tournament with hillbillies. You can't hit on men. In case you were wondering. Why did I pull that? Okay. You gotta know your audience, I guess. I just wanted to fish in a dude's boat, so I hit on him. That was all. 30 minutes to your birthday. That's exciting. Is there a fish on that? See you, Raptors. No. Last year of your 20s? This is where I'm supposed to say, oh, you're still young. But no, I'm not going to do that. Because I hate when people do that to me. It sucks to get old. Dirtfinger, thank you for the 4 months. You're still young relative to some old dude, but like the fact of the matter is you got older and I understand your suffering. Chad, I ended the stream last night. Made some chips and cheese, also called nachos. Sat down to fish while I ate my nachos and caught a rare trophy. But of course I wasn't live to show it. And then I set 3 weekly records. Bam, bam, bam. I do now hold the US record for the fish, though. There I am. Look at me. Record keeper. Holder? Not a keeper. I don't keep track of them. US all time, yeah. Tyronin, love you too. Sorry, I'm also chatting in my fishing Discord while streaming fishing after doing a fishing tournament. Just really living life. The Fisher. Didn't do great in the tournament tonight. I did okay. I put 3 fish in the bag, which, it's a 5 fish limit in the tournaments. And you fish with a partner. So I put 3 fish in the bag. My brother put none again. I feel bad because he's like, I think he's worried I'm going to get mad at him. I know he's worried I'm going to get mad at him. And I'm not. Like, I don't take it that seriously. They were small fish this week, though, not 3 big fish. Last week, I had 3 fish as well. And it was like 9.5 pounds. This week I had 3 fish. It was 3 pounds 14 ounces. Hogs, but not last. Beat quite a few people actually. I think there was like 12 or 14 boats. 9 pounds won the whole tournament. I would have won the tournament last week with my 3 fish. 5 fish this week was 9 pounds to win it. I did have fun. It's exhausting to catch as many fish as we did. This lake was just all small, and everybody had the same problem. All the boats fishing today, we all had the exact same problem. It was just so many small fish. Don't know what the deal was with the lake. I caught perch that were bigger than some of my bass. But I genuinely believe I caught close to 70. I think 75 is a safe guess and might have been closer to 100 fish today, which is just a lot of fish. My hands are awful. Pricked, poked, slimy. Guess I could have washed them. But yeah, it was fun. It's better. I guess I'd rather do that than catch not many fish, but I don't know. It's a hard choice. Sometimes catching dinks all day gets real frustrating. I think I went through like $15 in soft plastics today. Saw a small bass ripping up my soft plastics. Hello, hello, hello. And I fished it in practice once too, and had the exact same thing. Me and my brother must have caught 150 fish the day we practiced it, and same deal. So I spent a good like $40 on soft plastics catching dinks at this lake. We've been talking about it in the Discord, but it's really interesting the way lakes change. We fished this lake in the tournament last year, and everybody had monsters. I think it was over a 5-pound bass that won big bass last year. Compared to this year, it was like a 2.8-pound bass that won big bass. Thank you, Wizard, for the 7 months. Alien, thank you for the 4 years. What, Cap? This Discord you in? Are you using your normal account? It's my Discord. The fishing Discord? It's my fish cord. It's my fish cord. We have a fishing channel in my Discord. Or are you talking about the Discord, some other Discord? I'm confused. You as your profile pic? Yeah, it's me as the hanging there cat. No, 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 no. We just use Facebook for my local town. They'll never talk to me again though after my gay joke. That was a swing and a miss. I hit on one of the guys like jokingly to fish in his boat. And they didn't appreciate it. They didn't like it. I'm still feeling the awkwardness that I created. But it's a partners tournament, and dude showed up alone with like a really sweet rig. And he had like a mustache, just a mustache. So I thought it was safe to give him a little, hey man, you know? I don't remember exactly what I said, but basically I just said I'd do things to fish in your boat. And nobody enjoyed that. I might not be invited back next year. It was fun. I don't know what place we got. I think like 6th or something, which is surprising for how small. Everyone just struggled, man. Everybody had a hard day. Not moneyed this week though. How many entrants? I think it was like somewhere between 12 and 14. I didn't count this week. Normally I count the boats when we're all lined up and racing. It's usually between there. There was a couple of guys that were missing, but we had a couple of random new people show up too. One guy drove from fucking Detroit. It's like $300 to win, dude. Why are you driving from Detroit? He was the guy I hit on. He didn't seem to mind, but all the other hillbillies, they... One old dude has this just beater boat from like 1989. He specifically didn't like it. And said, stay away from me, man. And I said, your boat's not nice enough, don't worry. I guess I'll stay straight at bass tournaments from now on, though. Just a fun bit of, hey, dude, let me hit on you a little bit. Down, 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 down. Nah, I don't have a mullet anymore. I shaved that fucker off. My time was up. I do still have a bad haircut from the leftover mullet. Not doing great here. We were hitting ass pretty good with that pink lure yesterday. Pretty happy to get a second rare trophy, though. Feel lucky. Really need my power hour experience here. Power hour is definitely not the name. Yeah, I'm feeling a little less congested. I think tomorrow I'll probably be good to go back to regular video game. Still there, as you heard. I'm gonna call it power hour, Tommy, alright? Giving that boy a power hour to ride in his bass boat. What's the sickness? I don't know. I don't think it has a name. I've asked, it doesn't answer me. I think it's just like a little head cold or something. Yeah, it's weird to be sick, Hoenn. It's been so long. My poor little brother not catching fish. I feel bad. I'm gonna have to, like, sneak a fish on his line when he's not paying attention. He caught fish, he just didn't catch any keepers. They have to be 14 inches to count for the tournament. But I can tell he's, like, getting frustrated with himself about it, which isn't helping his performance. Fished pretty good today, though. The kid worked hard today. The guy in the back of the boat has a huge disadvantage, too, because he doesn't have... I mean, my boat's cheap, so it doesn't have any electronics back there. And he's fishing spots, usually, that I've already fished. But I can tell it's still bugging him that he's not... He's not helping. He thinks he's not helping. He got me a drink, dude. That was huge. He was quick on the net. He didn't knock any of my fish off with the net. That's really all I ask for with someone that fishes with me. Be there when I say net. Where are my fish? We were slaying the asp last night. I thought I had found a lure. Isn't that bitch a thing? I mean, kind of. There's a dad and son that fish together. I think the kid's 8. And someone was joking today because the kid caught more fish than his dad. More keepers than his dad. And someone was joking today about swapping partners with him. And the kid, he's 8 years old, is like, nah, he's a good net man. It was very cute. They've also, we got sponsored by a liquor, a winery that makes liquor. That's how I won the bourbon. So every week they give out a bottle of bourbon to the big fish. And the kid every week has been like super excited for a chance to win bourbon. He's like 8. I don't even know. Wouldn't have known what bourbon was at 8. He's gonna be so much cooler than all of us. Catching more fish. Nah, I beat him. Stupid 8-year-old. Get wrecked. Look at that kid puking up bourbon. He's so cool. Exactly. Like, he'll look cool until he pukes, though. No, it's a local... I don't know what I did with my bottle. Where's my bottle of bourbon? Where's my bottle of bourbon? Someone steal my bottle of bourbon? It was right here. It's a local winery called St. Julian's, and they've started making liquor in the last... I don't know. I think they said, like... At least 5 years ago, because it's 5-year aged. Divine, thank you for the 61 months. I don't drink those, so it's worthless to me. I'm just keeping it as like a second trophy. Where did my bourbon go? Oh, there it is. Yes. St. Julian's. It looks nice. It does make for a decent trophy. It looks fancy. I'll impress house guests. I don't have house guests. But if I do, they'll be like, oh, dude, guy has bourbon. I'll get, like, one of those little mini bars. if I have like 10 tournaments left, so hopefully I can win like 3 more bottles of it. And then I'll just have a little mini bar with just 3 bottles of that bourbon on it. I know what I like. I was gonna try to sell it to the other people at the tournament, but like the guy who hosts the tournament is so excited about the fact that he got us a booze sponsor. I felt bad being like, I don't drink, don't really care. There's one duo that is, by the time the tournament over, is hammered, Alien. They are just drunk. Like sloppy. Like have trouble getting their fish out of the live while drunk. What's fishing without beer? It's fishing, actually. This. Hey, is that? No, that's just. I miss cigarettes so bad when I'm fishing. It's so hard to vape and fish. You can't do it. You need that. You need both hands to fish. I don't know how many fish I missed today trying to sneak in a vape hit. A lot. A Zandy? Need a vape man. Hell yeah. If my boat was bigger, I'd hire me a vape man. Maybe I'll put him on a second boat. They'll just ride along beside me and have like my vape on a selfie stick. Just shove it in my mouth. I should honestly just find some sort of contraption and wear it. You can breathe through it, right? I need some way to push the button, though. Yeah, like one of those harmonic arms. I don't know how you'd push the button. Shove it in your mouth and get paid. You get paid in bourbon if I catch the big bass. That's the payment. I hope you enjoy bourbon. All the coolest 8-year-olds I know are doing it, so you should bourbon too. Wait, my daughter's 8. Never mind. Let's say this kid is 9 so that the joke still hits. Dibs. I told you can come fishing, Doge. You can take a trip to Michigan. Vape bourbon. Only in it for the babes and money, my dude. Me too. There's gonna be like 3 of us that get that joke, and it's gonna run on far too long. What did he? What was his thing? It was. Does this video game require you to have no life to play it? Because I just ain't got time for that. I'm all about babes and money. I mean, it was a guy. He was a guy, a real dude, bro. Ain't nobody got times for video games, babes and money. Can casuals and noobs play or only no lives? Yeah. That's basically what I said. Oh, 66 gram, 14 centimeter fish. I'm willing to waste my time on a 13 centimeter lure. You gotta commend that fish for just really going for it, you know? I bet his friends are telling him, no, it's too big, you can't take it. And he's like, fuck you, I got this. It's never too big if you believe in yourself. I caught the tiniest bass today ever. Not ever. It's definitely not my record, but it was close. Drop shot and small minnows, man. You catch a wide variety of sizes. It was very cute. I'm feeling a little better. Still stuffy. I was feeling pretty good, and then I got home and stuffed right back up. The outdoors was helping. Titanus thing for the 66 months. I think by tomorrow we should be good enough. Do I sound way better than yesterday? Thank you. I feel like it's getting worse as you guys continue to tell me I sound better. I think if you're taking it from a horse, like dying to that is how you wanted to go out. You died how you lived, you know? Fucking horses. I've definitely gotten more stuff since I've gotten here, bro. I think talking doesn't help. My throat and stuff. Oh no, yeah, I'm just like instantly getting stuffed again. I'm home. Stuffing up. Yeah. Keep bringing it up. I want to try to sneak in some more fishing after other games this month because I really want to see this new lake. It looks cool. It's all spin fishing and salmon and stuff. It's not trolling though, so we'll see if I like it. I really shouldn't troll so much, but here we are. Trolling did get me a rare trophy last night. I'm trying some different lines. I have nothing to drink tonight. I think my milk's even gone bad. I haven't had an RX Energy in like a week. I was trying to just avoid sugar completely, but then I've been chugging Gatorade because I'm sick. Time to crack open that bourbon. This is not the path, Richard. This is it. Never mind. We're committing. Cranking it open. Does it have a cork in the top, or is it a screw-on lid? It's a cork. I love the feeling of cork, man. Most of my... I try to always buy cork-handled fishing rods. I love the feeling of cork. It's so nice in your hand. It's so ugly. Oh, it feels so nice, though. Way better than nasty foam, and it holds up way better than foam, too, in my opinion. These won't get snagged. They'll be fine. How can you call cork ugly? It's handsome. Next you're going to tell me you don't like wood paneling. No. I was talking about fishing rods. Fishing rod handles come in cork, foam. I don't think there's another option. I've seen some rubberized shit, I guess. But usually not the main grippy bit. Foam dries your hands out. Interesting. You'd think cork would. Cork gets dirtier, but that just shows that you fish hard and hands wet. Spaghetti. Oh. Why are you banging the bottom of your rods so much? What are you doing with them? Setting them down? Throwing them down? Dropping them? I think of all my cork rods, and it's a few, only one of them is chipped. And, there was an accident where that rod's so fucked up. The rod and the reel. The bail and the reel's all bent. My foam doesn't have any handprints, but it's just, I feel like it gets harder. And then the cork, the sun dries it out and it fades really ugly. Where the cork darkens up with age and dirt. It looks nice. Looks patinaed instead of just worn out. Skulls of your enemies. That'd be sweet. Bone. Oh. That looks like a decent fish. This rod's super misleading, though. For being a big, heavy boy. It sure do bend. Probably from all my incredibly large fish, bruh. I like that. It's respectable. Catch 'em. Babes and money. Do you even fish, bro? That's a fine asp. Oops. That's my anchor. Oh, plus my brother was good on the anchor today. God, I'm so worried he's gonna get, like, PTSD from not catching fish. What the fuck's Rogue Book? That's not an exciting name. Excuse me, I have a fish to catch. It's a book about rogues. Oh. I don't play books. It's a deck build. Oh, another deck builder? I do like deck builders, but we have a lot of them. Unfortunately, the one I like the best is the least popular one. Nice asp. Oh, I drained all my energy. Retropolis. I didn't play that. Looked okay, but not great. Monster Train is still the fucks for me, but unfortunately it doesn't do great. Does okay. Does it have multiplayer like Monster Train? Exploration like For the King. Oh, alright. What's my opinion on Slay the Spire? It's good. I think it's like my first real introduction to the genre too, right? Yeah, I don't think I played... Hand of Fate may have came first, but I don't think I played Hand of Fate. There's probably some other ones before Hand of Fate even, but like the first one I recognized. Excuse me, I would like to get off my boat. So that I might dig worms during happy hour. Disappointed. The first roguelike? Rogue. That's where the name came from. No, it's called Rogue. Hence the name roguelike. It's like the game Rogue. And then roguelites. Because it's like the game Rogue, but for babies. I've never played Rogue, though. You don't have to feel bad. Lackert's always trying to get me to play Adam. Don't tell him that I mentioned it. I try to avoid saying its name. I may have just summoned him by saying it. Honestly prefer some tactical game, most tactical games now to roguelikes. Roguelikes have just gotten super stale. They just, it's very, very few that hit right. Was Adam all ASCII originally? Streets of Rogue and Rogue Legacy make way more sense now. Yeah. And the term roguelike. It really just makes sense when you take a second to recognize. Yeah, it'd be interesting to see Dwarf Fortress on Steam if it has any traction. I loved it, ASCII, back in the day. The only reason I stopped playing it was RimWorld. RimWorld is just so much easier to boot up and play. Like, every time you take a break from Dwarf Fortress, you have to relearn the ASCII, and that's a pain in the fucking dick. It's like starting over. We were talking about bad, I tweeted this, but we were talking about bad lure names the other day, and I was at the bait shop today, and I saw one called Sweet Beaver 420 Penetrator. And that one just wins. That one's just the worst. That one's that one's it. It did it. That can't, I tweeted a picture of it. The Sweet Beaver 420. Penetrator or penetration, one of the two. They had a whole bunch, like that whole brands thing was like, it was like trailer trash. I don't remember. There was a lot of them. Did it cost 420 or was that the addition of? That was the size of it. They ran the memes so hard they actually cast the bait at 4 inches, 4.20 inches. Instead of, 4 inches or 4.5 or 4.25. They're like, we're gonna fucking do this. It's like a name that Twitch chat would all vote on in a poll. What should I name my next character? Let's start a poll. Oh, Sweet Beaver 420. What should his last name be? Penetration. There would have been a 69 in there, though, if it was Twitch, I guess. They were like crawfish, too. It's not like they even had anything to do with beavers. You know what I want to name my crawfish bait? Sweet Beaver. 420. I'll let people know what they're buying. The Southern Fuckbird? That's a good bird name. Bird shit on my hat tonight. I was pissed. The hat's white, though. It'll be fine. I mean, Dalaroth, does it matter if nobody cares about the game, though? Like... IMO. The first of something is the first that is successful. Yeah. I'm glad it's not called P-Edit Likes. It just wouldn't have the same ring to it. It's me, Richard Hammer. I play P-Edit Likes on Twitch TV. Every time someone says I sound better tonight, I've started. See, there it is. You hear it. I get a little more stuffed up. Please stop or knock on wood or something. You're jinxing me. I do feel a little better though. That less in the head, which is nice. I was so fucking in my head. I got some energy back. Considering I fished for 4 hours today. It's the same with like Soulsborne, right? Alien? Did we really need the Born? Tourney went okay. Didn't place, didn't get any money, but we had fish, didn't get last. Had some laughs. Spent the day with my brother. You know. We got to place next week, though, or we're going negative. Technically, we're already negative if you count gas and lures and fishing poles, but we won't talk about that. I swear that works surprisingly well. I like that the game counts it as a speed up, that it counts it as a maneuver and doesn't just think you're doing nothing. Adam is supposedly very good. Like I said, Black's been trying to get me play for years, but I just don't think it'll hit on Twitch. Look at me, chat. USA world record fisherman. Fuck, dude. Did you guys know you were graced by a god of fishing? What about the Russian record? I doubt the Russian one's the biggest. It's probably fucking China. I mean, I won't have the Russian record because I'm not Russian, but we can check to see if mine beats the Ooh, I think it beats me out by like 0.05 keys or something. Oh, by a lot more than that. Yeah, but see, the thing is, Zelarth, when I choose to have nights that I know the game's going to be not successful, I do it for games I want to have fun with. Which isn't really roguelikes. It's the whole, I play roguelikes all the time for you. For me, I'm going to play fishing games. I played that one stupid Ghost Detective game. Not the team game, but like some dumb AAA game that I was like, this story looks mildly entertaining. Those are the things I do for me. Losing to Russia? I mean, it's a whole country. I'm cool with it. Plus, it's Russian fishing. They have the advantage. They've been to this river. It's real. It's in Russia. They know where the sweet spots are. That's why you gotta beat him. That's like beating him at drinking vodka. It's just not gonna happen, man. A fishing game priced like the Hunter. What's the Hunter priced like? I don't even remember. Because Fishing Planet has a version now that you can just buy outright with no microtransactions. And it's not that bad. Like, no, the price isn't that bad, I don't think. If you really don't want to deal with microtransactions because they, some reason, hurt your feelings. It was some AAA game like 5 years ago. I remember playing it and everyone being like, why are you playing this? This game is bad. And I was like, yeah, but I'm kind of into the stupid story. It could be Soul Suspect. I don't remember it well enough. I remember I was a detective and something with ghosts. It might have been that, 4-2. I don't... I have no fucking clue. If I saw a picture, I might remember, might not. Oh, nice dung beetle and nightcrawler. Fat loot. We're making money, printing money. Did the story say interesting? I don't remember. I don't even remember the plot. Detective. I'm pretty sure detective, and I think at some point I was a ghost, or maybe there were ghosts. Trench coat and a fedora under streetlights. Yeah. That was it. That was the one. Dude, I wish it was... I'd play the video game. I'd play a video game of the movie Ghost. It's only the greatest romantic flick of all time. And you know I love romance. Yeah, she's still on The View. Last I knew. Still shaves her eyebrows off. Did not know what. That Whoopi shaved her eyebrows off? It's amazing how many people, myself included, don't realize she has shaved her eyebrows off. She just doesn't look weird. She's like always done it though. Tutorial of kicking a can. Dude, that was one of the... I don't know who that actor is, but he was fucking creepy. Oh, romance movies. Yeah, Whoopi has no eyebrows. Never has. Everything you've seen her in, she didn't have eyebrows, and you didn't notice. You're welcome. It's a nice sized perch. Yeah, dude. Also, sensual is the keyword, Card Major. If you want love in your porn, you gotta. I didn't know this. A viewer just told me the other day. You gotta add sensual to your Google search, man, and it gets so much more romantic. You do get some like really cheesy sensual stuff, but like you can quickly skip through and find true romance in your porn. I love it, dude. It's changed my masturbation game. Stepped it right up. I spend way less time searching now. I got nothing for Patrick Swayze. Could care fucking less about Patrick Swayze. Demi Moore, on the other hand, oof. She does pull off no eyebrows 100%. Yeah, one of my viewers the other day, one of my subs was like, dude, if you're into romance and you're porn, sensual. And I was like, dude, it's just going to be like weird massages. Some of that exists, but like the majority of it's just two people in love having sex, and that's what I want to see. I'm like the Bob Ross of fishing. Dude, I'm talking about sensual porn. I bet Bob Ross would have watched sensual porn. I should tell Elahheim. He probably already knows. Elahheim and I both have a... We connected over our love of romantic porn, while everyone else is like, I love me a DP. I love me some orgies. Elo and I were sitting over there like, just want to see two people in love have sex. He made love to the sensual porn is Bob Ross painting. Do you think Bob Ross would be happy he's become a fucking meme? Yeah. I always liked Bob Ross's shit. Always did as a kid. Like, I didn't watch it I didn't record it like I did Pokemon or anything. But if it was on the TV or if I was flipping through the channels and Bob Ross was painting, I watched it. I didn't watch anything else on that shitty, dumb channel. But I watched Bob Ross paint. So it kind of makes me sad that, like, all of a sudden I'm seeing his shirts now in Target. Bob Ross would be happy if his memes make you happy. I guess that's true. Alright. Niceness competition. Who wins? Bob Ross or fucking creepy neighborhood guy? Yeah, Mr. Rogers, creepy neighborhood guy. That's the one. Oh, fuck it. We can make it a trifecta. Nah, that one. I don't. No. It is a tough one. Mr. Rogers genuinely a good guy. Creeps me the fuck out, though. Bob Ross did a little bit, too. Like, that nice. You assume they got a fucking sex dungeon. For sure. Include LeVar Burton. Yeah, that's a good trifecta, honestly. Burton is a fucking sweet dude. I think he doesn't win the niceness though. I think he's too opinionated. I think people would kick him out due to the fact that, he's passionate about things he should be passionate about. What about Steve Irwin? I don't think Steve Irwin would win any nice guy awards. I think he's great, but I think there's too many. I'm thinking of this as if we were to poll the public. I think there's too many people that would think the dude stuck his thumb in crocodile butts. Okay, he never did that, but you know what I mean. The dude jumped on the back of crocodiles. How nice can he be? I thought he was the sweetest boy in the world. Have you seen his kids have the show now? His son is really good too. You think Bob Ross beats Mr. Rogers? I don't know, dude. Yeah, so like I saw Tom Hanks talking about this and how he was like kind of worried about playing Mr. Rogers because he was worried that like digging up the past of Mr. Rogers might uh, unleash a lot of his old secrets. People are gonna come to light and be like, "Yo, Mr. Rogers was actually a fucking piece of shit." But like, there's just nothing. They couldn't find any. He couldn't find any skeletons in Mr. Rogers' fucking closet. Dude was just always nice. He did give the middle finger to everyone. Oh, maybe then the interview was a lie. I don't like Mr. Rogers because his show is fucking creepy. So I would vote for Bob Ross, just because his show was slightly less creepy. Still creepy though. It was on the show, really. Yeah, I've never read that, Kath. Never heard that one. It's pretty shocking. When did Mr. Rogers start? Yeah, like the big thing with Mister Rogers that like really set him apart, and I think a lot of people don't recognize, is the fact that like not only did he address it in a way that kids could handle it, but he just really took the time to make emotions important. You know what I mean? Like every episode was really just about like, you know, you can have a bad day and be upset, and that's okay, and talk about it. And like that shit is especially from a man, like in the world we live in. I know we want to pretend like that shit's not true, but especially from a man, like, you know I still know dudes in their fucking 30s and 40s that can't handle their emotions. 68 to 2001. Yeah. He was singing a song, "Where's the Pointer?" It was about showing your fingers. Oh. Really, Kath? Interesting. Yeah, because not to defend anybody for that shit, but in 1968, it probably could have fucking ruined that guy's career if he didn't act straight. You know what I mean? Just honest and caring, yeah, dude. Rogers himself said he was bi in 2015. Really? Yeah, I wasn't gonna ask questions about why a deaf girl needed him to narrate something, but like I just went with it. I thought maybe subtitles. I don't know. Buy in 2015, but dead in 2003. So interesting. Were either of them religious? I'm not familiar enough with either of them to know if they ever talked about God. If they were religious, they were definitely Christian or Catholic and talking about God. Bob was very Christian. Rogers was a pastor. Oh. Rogers was also ex-Navy SEAL. All right. Was this before or after he died and then became bi? This dude did things. Can't read your name, but thanks for saying thanks to me. I could see a pacifist. So, on the topic of, Mr. Rogers has a couple blips on his record, do you genuinely believe... Like, I know I have skeletons in my closet, right? Or whatever you want to... I have mistakes in my life is what I would fucking call them. Not skeletons. It's not anything I wouldn't tell anybody I did or said. Do you believe there's someone out there who doesn't? He was never in the military. I didn't think so, dude. He didn't have the... If they're 5 years old, maybe? So that's... Definitely not if they're 5. 5-year-olds are horrible. Unintentionally, but they're still horrible. I do think, though, like... Not even as a 5-year-old, but as a teenager and stuff, it's really hard. And even I would even say in your 20s and stuff, it can be really hard to not just be an incredibly selfish piece of shit. Wizard, I'm about to send you some fucking steel eaters, my dude. Rob, tier 3 in 52 months. I'll kiss your mouth. The bass needs to be smaller. I didn't catch any big ones tonight. Just small ones. And that's not to make excuses for people's skeletons or anything like that. I just think, you know, it's interesting to me to see some people grow and change. It's hard to ever trust that growth or change too, you know? It's really hard to for me anyway. I have very little faith in people, which is funny because I think personally I've changed a shitload, but I have very little faith in people who say they've changed. I think it's specifically people who say they've changed, though, because if you have to say it, I don't know. You shouldn't have to, right? Like, you should just be able to show it. Yeah, exactly. I'm not a bad person. Yeah, you are. If you say it. If you say you're not. You shouldn't trust that I've changed? You know, I never expect any of you to trust anything I say. Why would you? I'm a stranger on the internet who's doing this to make a living. It's it's a serious issue for me. It's super awkward to ever try to be like really genuine because I'm in the exact position that I would warn people about. I do warn people about. Like, I'm in the exact position where it's easy for me to lie and manipulate you. Not necessarily you, but you. I know who I'm talking about. Someone once crafted a character as poorly as Richard Hammer, and then they removed it from their game shortly after because they recognized the flaw in their design. It's called Heroes of Hammerwatch. Here we go again. I actually like Zombie Rotten Swans and they were the 12 months. I actually love that they did that because it's so much funnier. There would have never been a scenario would have been like, "Hey guys, did you know I'm a character in Heroes of Hammerwatch?" Except if I was like, you know, actively playing it, but then you could see it yourself. Weekly record, Caspian Roach, setting records, boys. But it's easy to bring up. Remember that time a game named a character after me and then I didn't play it for a while, so they changed it? That's easy to bring up and very funny. Yeah, we need to do animated emotes now. I don't know if they're actually salty. I don't know if it actually has anything to do with that either. The game is great. You should still buy it if you have any interest in playing it. I have no ill will towards them in any way, shape, or form. I appreciate the joke they've created for my stream. You're saying not to trust you makes me trust you? Would you like your social security number? No, I don't know what I would do with it. I see every other streamer was prepared for animated emotes. Good for them. Fucking tryhards. Man, that's gonna be a thing, huh? Just a lot of weird wiggly shit in my chat, huh? I need to animate that thing to make it look more like a fucking vagina. They did give a notice, absolutely, for animated emotes. I've used the same artist for all of my career, and he has other jobs too. And I owe. Oh fuck! I owe. I'm gonna pay him right now while we're talking about it. I owe him money. Yeah, Gromfaloon has always done all of our art, and I don't push him too hard because I'm bad at remembering to pay him. I'm bad at communication. The wiki says I'm still the bartender. I'm not, though. Alright, Gromfaloon. PayPal. Load, you piece of shit. Send $1 billion. Don't have $1 billion. $1,209. That's how much I have. Send money. I hope this doesn't give him a he's streaming right now. I hope this doesn't give him a notification. No, friends and family. So Grom used to randomly draw things and link them in chat. And they were always very cool, I thought. And I've been asking him for like months to make my emotes. And other art for me, and he'd always say no. And then I just sort of forced him one day. And now he's been making emotes for streamers, like, and other art and stuff as his job for, like, many years. I'm not taking credit for, you know, who he is now, but I think he's ruined his wrists and miserable. I'll take credit for that, making him miserable. You can always go for subtle. I don't care. I'll do whatever the fuck Grom comes up with 99% of our remote ideas. He has new art that I haven't put up yet that I just paid for. I'm finally getting rid of all my Nerd Fusion branding shit because that company don't exist no more. I'd love to live on a houseboat. I have a kid though. There's not a good place to live on a houseboat and still send her to the school that she goes to. I wouldn't love having to drive her an hour to school every day. Grom and I enjoy the emote process. Specifically naming them ridiculously long, bad play on words and puns. That's our favorite part. Yeah, and Hamlet. It's very funny. It's a Grom and I. And that's all that matters. I have that one, I think, Templar. I think I'm still using it. Let me double check. Is it the 15.5 kilo one? I like it a lot. It seems like it's got good torquety torque. It definitely feels stronger than my Narga. Or whatever it's called. My Nards. Yeah. So it doesn't get removed. I've had that moat for like 2 years. Why would it get removed now? It's just a pig drooling. He's hungry. I think I have it right here. Nope. Right here. Right here. Right here. I guess I'm not using it for some reason. I should be. Yeah, why am I not using this rod? I should be using this rod. Instead of that Sputnik rod. Oh, that's a different one. I don't know what that one is, Templar. But I have the same model, or same brand, I think. The Siberia Caliber. 15.5 kilo, and I like it. Plus it has a sexy wood handle. Close to cork. Look at this cork, man. How can you say that's ugly? That's sexy. God, I just want to touch it. It looks so soft and corky. Who could name the most? You lost? I had a dream last night. It was like it was a pretty okay dream. I was hitting on an old ex of mine, and things were going really well. Just like a pretty whatever dream. And then I looked in the mirror, and I was booby doobie. And I didn't like freak out and panic or think anything of it. I was just like, hair looks good, and went back about my business. Which is, like, I'm going to say it. It's especially funny because Booby's black. He's an old-time viewer mod. He used to do a lot of stuff on the stream with us. Does a lot of stuff with Ezekiel the Third, too. A friend. But I haven't, like, seen him in years. And I don't know why. I was him. You never had a dream where you saw yourself in it? I had the creepiest dream ever. I won't remember it detail for detail anymore, but basically I kept waking up or thinking I was waking up in my dream and then recognizing that something was wrong and waking up again. But I wasn't actually waking up, right? I was just like dream inside dream inside dream. And this happened multiple times. And I was like certain I was awake. And this is the first time I ever looked in a mirror. I was certain I was awake. And then I looked at myself in the mirror. And, and I recognized that I wasn't wearing a Breathe Right strip that I went to bed with. And, my reflection winked at me. Or smiled at me. And that fucked me up. It was like my brain saying, almost gotcha. Were you fucked yourself? No, dude, that's weird. You're weird. I knew you were weird before, but now like you're on a whole nother level of weird. Fucking yourself in your dreams. Just do it in real life like a normal bro. Game I liked streaming the most. Your favorite was Monster Rancher. That's cute. I like that. Thank you for telling me. I mean, I have to say Isaac, because there was a moment there where I made good money. That was tight. But, like, games I really like playing. I love this. I really do. They Are Billions. I didn't enjoy that much. I enjoyed the game a lot. I didn't enjoy streaming it a ton. I get frustrated. more than I let on sometimes. Or maybe you recognize it. I don't think chat recognizes. Most of chat recognizes how frustrated I get sometimes with chat. Especially games that I'm like doing. The more popular they are and the better I'm doing with them, the more frustrating chat gets. There, Billions was one. Foresee any Age of Empires 4? I don't know. I don't foresee anything. Tomorrow I might go fishing. That's the extent of my plans for the future. Like in real life. You were just fondling another me? That's still fucking super weird, dude. And probably pizza. I'm so hungry. I ate nachos. I got another blue tag, Tommy. After the stream, I made nachos and then came back and fished for like 20 minutes and caught a blue tag and a U.S. record. #1 overall United States. And guess what fish it was? The cutie pie. The cutie pie. My favoriteest fish. Look at this cute motherfucker. Blue tags are like that's like catching a wall mounter, you know, the big trophies, rare trophies they're called. That's the name. Yeah, I like how they animated too. It is each head. They also like the new lake. They've gotten even more creative. Um, fish. It's a bunch of different salmon, and like they change colors based on. In real life, they change fish. Some fish change colors based on like where they live and if or not they're horned up and shit like that. So they added that too. But in this game, they already had in this game like when you catch really big specimens. They can be darker and they look a little different like they would in real life, which is cool little detail they didn't have to do. It's not just scale image up. They actually took the time to redraw the bigger fish. Like with bream, they get darker and darker and darker as they get big. They start off like almost white. When they get really big, they're brown. Grow horns, racing stripes, big dicks. Yeah, salmon fishing is very fun. Especially if you're doing it in, like, open water. If you're doing it in rivers, it's less fun. But open water is very fun. Would doing catch and release fishing with a highly communicable disease be an evil action? The fish have the disease, or do I have it? Just make sure Justin isn't around. Boy, that guy can vomit. I'll tell you what. If they gave out awards for, like, ability to vomit good, Justin would get 3. Just never seen so much vomit. And, like, my friends drank, dude. Like, alcohol poisoning. In multiple times in my life, I've seen people with alcohol poisoning and stuff. Was it, like, Exorcist level vomit? So, yeah, that was it. Like, it wasn't the fact that he vomited a lot once. It was the fact that he just vomited for an incredibly long time. He went from fine to I think even saying 5 minutes of vomiting, like a drunk person will vomit like 3 times and lay their head on the toilet for a while, then vomit again a while later. You know what I mean? He just vomited for like ever. What felt like forever. He was like I don't want to shame him because it was whatever. Do people have motion sickness? It's fine. It's a thing. I'm not trying to make fun of him, but he has the. It has to be the worst motion sickness ever. I've seen other people with motion sickness. They usually get queasy first, and that's it's a really bad queasy. It's like if you've ever gotten dizzy, like sick from being dizzy, it's that, but to the point that you eventually usually hurl, but that like just lasting gross. I can't do spinning. I can do fine in boats, but I can't do spinning. But yeah, he didn't have those steps. He went from I'm gonna make it to blah. Like he didn't even have time to react. No Nerds vs. Nature stuff planned. A lot's changed since the last one, you know? I'm a single dad now. I don't know. Did Cobalt have his son then? Maybe. But I know that at least the autism diagnosis and stuff for Cobalt's son hadn't happened yet. I know that he's very busy. There's lots of therapy and so I know he talks about it a bit in the stream, but I don't want to dive too deep into someone else's life. But leave you on a tire swing? Yeah, tire swings, merry-go-rounds, I can't do them, man. I'd love to do more of that stuff. I really would love to do more of the outdoor stuff personally. Nerds vs. Nature did well. It is something that would be worth doing again. I talked about this last night with the fishing stuff. I loved the fishing streaming for the, those of you that showed up. And I'm not bitching. I'm not upset that there weren't more the fact is I don't want to try to force shit down people's throat, right? Just like this, if I play it for a week or whatever, I will go back to my regular content for the majority of the time. I don't want it to become something that I know, I do want to make content that people enjoy. Or the majority of my people enjoy. The Tilt-A-Whirl's very tired. I think that's what those are called. I usually just call them the teacups. Could you get away with a split stream? It's really hard to do, but yeah, there's lots of ways I could attempt it. It's just there's a whole slew of reasons, but the number one for me is just it wasn't that popular. I have a second channel that I did it on because I didn't want to force it on chat, but yeah, in order to do it, it means taking time away from the stream. Like today, I went fishing for the tournament, and instead of getting on at 10 o'clock, anything I do outside of streaming takes away from the stream. I could probably do more daytime streams now. Daytime fishing streams now. We did a lot of night fishing streams because the guy I was fishing with works nights too, so... But yeah, so we'll see. Like I said, I would like to find a way to make it work, and I will try, but it's not anything that's like immediately planned in the future. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of extra work. It makes fishing more difficult. I already have to take, the unbelievable amount of fishing gear that I haul around with me, and then you throw in all the streaming shit, batteries, keeping it all charged, lights, cameras. It's a lot. The kiddo's still on. She's on summer vacation. Yeah, yeah. But she doesn't love fishing, and I try not to. We made an agreement because I practice for these tournaments. So we made an agreement that anytime she has, anytime that I force her to go fishing to practice with me, she gets half of my winnings. So she got half my winnings last week. You know what she did with them, chat? You're gonna cry. Let's cry together. She bought me a Father's Day present. She was so excited, dude. I don't think I said this yesterday. She was so fucking excited to spend her own. She feels like it's her own money, like she earned it. She did, in her way. And she was so excited about it. Called her friend, and her friend were online shopping to find me a present. Then texted her mom, "Mom, can you take me to get Dad a present?" I dropped Alice off yesterday, and like 10 minutes, she's like, "We're going to go to the store and get you your Father's Day present." I said, "Oh, yay." And I get a text from my ex-wife like 10 minutes later. She's trying to get me to drive to Bass Pro Shop. Bass Pro Shop is an hour and a half away. She's very sweet. You know, the Great Lakes is a lot of time and money. I don't do Great Lakes. I just fish mostly in the lakes. I don't do a lot of Great Lakes fishing. I really would like. I'm definitely gonna do another fishing trip with viewers this year. Maybe I'll try to stream some of that. So did they drive there? They did not. My ex-wife did not drive her there. They went to a different fishing store and they found something similar, I think. Buying takeout for me? I'd love that. I jokingly get my dad a box of ice cream sandwiches for most holidays. And then he texts me the next day and says, "I'm so sick because I ate all of them." Buy me Little Caesars, that'd be tight. But yeah, I'm going to do another fishing trip. We did one 2 years ago. I didn't do it last year. We did one 2 years ago. I drove from Michigan to Florida and fished in like 6 or 8 states or something. I don't remember. Where did we fish? Ohio, Indiana, Georgia, Virginia, Florida. 5 states, I guess, is all. I don't think I ended up getting to fish in Kentucky. I was supposed to, but I just ran out of steam. Am I missing a state? I feel like I am. So we're going to do another one. I really want to try to go west, but there's just not a lot that way, man. It's so few and far between that way. I might end up just going south again. I don't know. I'd love to do a northwest one, though, but the problem is it's basically go to Wisconsin, North Dakota, and then you're out of stops. And North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina. You're right. Yep. North Carolina. So I think the southern one's the easiest, and it's the most populated on the way down, you know, and I can take different routes. I could do fucking Missouri or Tennessee or, again, Kentucky, which I didn't get to do last time. At some point, I'll start asking people in chat, you know, what we did last time was make a post in the fishing Discord of where you live and if or not what you have to offer to take me fishing or to go fishing with me. And then I plan my route based on that. Last year we did all the way to Florida. Or 2 years ago we did all the way to Florida. I might end up doing another just to Florida because it really does hit the most populated states. I feel like it's the most likely path. The problem is if I go west, it's like there's guys in Wisconsin, there's guys in like I said, the Dakotas, and then there's just nothing till California, Oregon, Washington. There's just nobody. How far south in Florida did we go? We only went to the Gulf, the Panhandle Gulf. Yeah, good luck finding someone in Montana, Utah. I don't even know other shitty states that are there. Wyoming. Horizon Montana. I mean, like I said, that's why I'll like I said, when we get there, there's a fishing channel in my Discord. When I start asking, probably should start asking soon because it's probably I'm probably gonna do it July or August, which is also a bitch. The time I have to do it is in the hottest fucking days of the year. So let's go south fishing in July. But it's popular everywhere. I don't think those states are necessarily even bad for fishing. It's just the odds of having a viewer that also wants to fish in a unpopulated state is low. I really want to drag my boat this time, but I don't know if my truck would make the trip or not. It'd be a lot more fun if I drug my boat. Then I could just pick people up and fucking who cares if they know anything about fishing. Last time I had a lot of people who... Not a lot. I had a few people who were a bit misleading about their fishing. It was really only two. One was really bad, where they like... If you're here, I'm sorry. You lied to me, and I'm going to tell chat. But, like, they told me they had a boat and poles and fishing experience. Because that the whole idea of it is, I want to fish with you. I want to fish... Ideally, I want to fish, you know, where you and your fucking grandpa fish. Like, that's my... I want to learn how you fish and what you fish for. Like, ideally. I will also just fish with random people who don't know shit. I got enough rods and reels for chat. But don't lie to me. One person didn't even know where we could fish in their area. I'm like, that was definitely not what they told me. Also, don't murder me. That's another. I'm firm on that rule. My daughter would be very upset. Can I teach you to fish? I mean, I would. Yeah, I wouldn't be opposed to taking out. Like I said, just don't lie to me. So when I get there, I'll start taking requests. Struggling so much without. I'm like, without your kayak. Yeah, bank fishing's tough, especially unless you're like on rivers or catfishing. The Mediterranean Sea. I mean, I wish. Grand River. A lot of carp up there, I hear. You're not doing well bank fishing, catfish? It's definitely still not as easy, good. I started bank fishing. My first introduction to catfishing was bank fishing, and you'd have really good nights and then 2 weeks of fucking nothing because you just can't move, you know. If you're like me, you're fishing public land where you don't have a lot of space to travel up and down the river. Come through Colorado. You're on the Tennessee River? Man, I want to get back down there. I went to Kentucky and fished. And we didn't have that many days to begin with, but then the trip got cut short too. But like, I spent the first like 2 days fucking around, exploring the river and trying to catch. What do they call their fucking bait fish down there? It's got a dumb name. Some kind of herring, I think, but it's not even actually a herring. Spent like 2 days trying. I hate to ask people or like do too much. Just like I am with my video games. I like to just go out there and throw shit in the water until I figure it out. My skipjack. Yeah. Skipjack herring. So I fucking spent like 2 days looking for skipjack. Finally found him. And then my trip got cut short. I had a fucking live well full of skipjack. I was so ready to go chase after striper and blues. Because we don't have them up here. Those skipjack are fun as hell to catch, dude. They die instantly too, Gud. Is there any way to keep them alive? Do you rent cars on the way? No. I didn't take my boat last time. I fished with other people. No, not really, yeah. The minute you take those fish out of the water, they're fucking dead. It's so weird. But you can fish for them 3 at a time. You set up 3 little jigs in a row, I figured out. So I legitimately just spied on some dudes doing it. It's like, oh, that's cool. I was just catching him 1 at a time. Then I saw him running these 3. Kind of like a sabiki rig you run it for bait fishing in Florida. Sabiki rig would probably work for him, too. Do you use it? Hey, look at me go. But yeah, I just set up 3 little curly curly-tailed grubs. I couldn't words good. And I was catching them like crazy, and they're a ton of fun. They're not that small. A little spoon on the end of each. Oh, for the weight? So you can, like, cast and retrieve it? Instead of running a lead? That's a cute idea. And to still catch. Yeah. Like, it doubles down. That's a cute idea. Creative. I like it. I like to get creative. Fish wrong. That's what they called me in fishing school. Richard Fish Wrong Hammer. I just never use baits the way they're intended. Rainbow Teapot. They really give some. But yeah, I don't show my Discord because I don't care about it. I don't get anything for it. But if you are interested in possibly fishing with me, there's a fishing channel in my Discord. You could join and turn on the notifications or whatever. I don't know how that shit works. I know some of you guys have notifications on for that shit. My Discord, I've got like 38,000 notifications I've never checked, so. I don't use Fishbrain. My little brother uses it all the time. It drives me fucking crazy. It reminds me of the shit in this game. It's skewed stats, man. Maybe it's better in bigger areas. I live in rural America, but it's like this game, right? Like if you look at the records and go, oh, this lure does really well. Well, yeah, because everybody looks at the records and everybody goes, oh, that lure does really well. And I notice with Fishbrain, I see like the same 10 guys posting over and over and over, and they use the same fucking 6 baits all the time. So I stopped using it. Find new spots that way. My lakes aren't that big. I'm in Michigan, so our lakes are usually like 100 to 250 acres. I'm gonna fish that whole goddamn lake every time I go. But yeah, I fished Kentucky Lake when I was in Kentucky, and that thing was like growing up on 150-acre lakes and then getting my boat in Kentucky Lake was truly overwhelming. Just where do you start? You could fish Kentucky Lake for weeks and never see the whole thing. Yeah, you got like 4 reservoirs, and they're all probably thousands of acres, right, good? And would take days, like, especially if you're kayak fishing, would take you weeks. Yeah, huge, yeah. I don't like free stuff in this game, unless it's pickles. Thanks, Tommy Pickles. You got Striper too there, Gut? Yeah. I see. That's my problem with fishing. I'm not focused. I want to catch it all. You know, just like in this game. That's why I like trolling with just a bunch of different baits. I just want to catch a little everything. I want to do it all. But I really want to catch a big blue cat. I love catfish, man. They're just so cool to me. They're so ugly and cool. I don't know what it is with me and ugly things. I love them. Not you, chat. You're too ugly. $33,000 acres. Yeah, the one I went to, the reservoir I went to in Georgia was fucking ungodly big. I think it's like the one from Oh Brother, Where Art Thou, where they like flooded the town and shit. Like it's silly how big it is. It's bigger than, you know, counties up here. It's crazy. Unlovable freaks. Yeah, exactly. Was it in Kentucky or Tennessee? I thought it was this one. Maybe the guy lied to me. It's possible. What would you think of trying to catch catfish upwards of 55 pounds? Something more. Yeah, that's why I want to go after big blue catfish and big flathead. Most of my catfishing is flathead fishing, and that's what I'm looking for. That 60-plus pounder. I'm that weirdo that wants to, like, if I was going to mount a fish on my wall, it would be a big-ass 80-pound catfish, which would also cost me, like, $1,000, I think. They charge by the inch, which is the same way I charge. Yeah, but Lake Michigan's different, right, Gallagher? Like, I don't know why it is we feel that way about, like, we have Lake Michigan, but it's just different. When you say lakes in Michigan, you don't immediately go to Lake Michigan. If you say, hey, unless you live right next to it, I guess, but at least around here, if you say, hey, we should go to the lake, you don't mean Lake Michigan. If you say, hey, we should go to the beach, or hey, we should go to Lake Michigan, yeah. That's why it subs $5. That's right, and Twitch gets half of that. Flatheads that are just massive. That's exciting. Oh, dude, yeah. See, I want to catch one of those. That's awesome, good. I always have my fishing Discord up. God, what a hog, huh? That was fun. So those are the exact kind of experiences I want. I went fishing with the Mostic the other day. I'm trying to remember his name before I fucking forget it. The Mostic the other day. He happened to have a family had a cottage near me on a lake. Went fishing with him. He took, you know, he'd only fish there with his grandpa and stuff like that shit. That's what I want. I want down home fishing. Show me how you do it. And you know what? He did. He fished very different than I did. Um, and I've been using it. It's been working for me. I've been using it back on my own lake. And I caught a bowfin or a dogfish. He'd never seen one on his lake. I had a good time. It was a fun experience. Yeah, I went fishing with a guy from chat. Are there pictures? I don't think we took any pictures. We were both pretty quiet. Diving for lobster. I don't know. Maybe. How are you offering to take me diving for lobster, or are you just asking if it's something I'd want to do? I would never go out of my way to dive for lobster. I don't eat lobster. It's like the only seafood lobster and oysters and clams. Okay, there's a lot of seafood I don't eat, but those are the three. Snails. I grew up stepping on snails. I ain't eating them. Been trying to get you to go with him. How deep are you diving for lobster? I do not eat oysters. Because if I wanted to come in my own mouth, I'd do that. Not deep at all. Oh, interesting. I'm not a great swimmer. I'd love to learn to scuba dive. I love snorkeling. That's a good... Is that a largemouth? Yeah, that's a good largemouth. They're so much lighter down south. You guys' largemouth look weird. Ours are so green. Is your aim that good? Yeah, I can put it in a cup. Someone said, I was talking about our fishing and how it was exactly what I wanted on my fishing trip. You know, we fished your way and a little my way. I heard stories about your grandpa's fishing. I had my wallet spending my ass this whole time. You're from the swamps of Louisiana? Take me fishing. Alligator gar. That's on my bucket list. I didn't realize lobster got into shallow enough water. You didn't need scuba gear either. You're back up next week? Alright, you better hit me up. I have a tournament there in Domestic. Comes to find out, my league's fishing there this year. So I need to practice. I need to do some bass fishing. I'll have to make you throw some bass gear on. Pogging off. Rock lobster. The cornucopia. Plenty of areas you can go without diving gear near Miami. Cool. I definitely want to get back and fish the Gulf, man. It's a ton of fun, and I didn't have a ton of time to do it. Fish alligator gar with empty soda bottles and pool noodles and limes on them. Come back half day later and get them. Yeah. Did you shoot him? I hear a lot of guys shoot him because they don't want to fuck around with getting into a tussle with an alligator gar. Want to know where you don't know where to start? A rod and a reel, man. Like, it's not that. So, I fished with my random ass cheap. I had one decent rod and reel that I bought before my trip, just in case, kind of deal, and that was the one that I put like the bigger baits and stuff on, you know. But I had no experience with it. Obviously, I had some more fishing experience, but I had no experience with fishing in bays or in the ocean really at all. And by really at all, I mean at all. And ended up, like I said, catching a decent red, catching an awesome snook. I got lucky, I know, but like, if you throw some sort of fucking meat in the water, you're gonna catch something in Florida. What are all these dinky catfish, good? You got all those big blues down there by you, and you're showing me these little guys? Done shitty. I can tell. I was happy to hear you were using cut bait, though. If I get one more guy in here telling me about fucking stink bait and liver, I'm gonna lose my mind. Damn it, there's a hot dog, boy. You're going tomorrow by rod and reel. If you want some suggestions, Brian, the fishing Discord, someone was asking for tips on a rod and reel they bought. Do ask before you buy, man. Like, I recommend, especially for if you're gonna just fish inshore stuff, which I assume you're not going out on a damn boat. They got some really awesome big spinning stuff that's pretty affordable, man. Like my brother just got like an 8,000 series rod and reel, big fucking monster 10-foot rod. Be perfect for fishing surf. And it was like a $90, dude. It won't last forever. You're not gonna land the great white on it, but Yeah, frozen shrimp, squid. I did amazing with squid in the Gulf. Amazing with fucking bits of squid. You have some of the best red fishing on the east side of Florida, too. You have some really good brackish water, man. The brackish water fishing is a ton of fun. To a degree, Gallagher. I've cut open fish and they've had sticks in them, rocks, all kinds of shit they've eaten that was just rolled by them, and they're like, I wonder if that tastes good. Or I wonder what that is, honestly, One of the most popular bass fishing methods lately is wacky rig, it's called. It's a rubber worm, but it has like no defining detail to it. It's just a stick of rubber. And they put it sideways on the hook and throw it out there. It doesn't even hardly wiggle. It just falls in the water. A tiny little bit of wiggling to it. And it's like one of the most popular bass fishing methods. It doesn't look like anything. That's how you've always used a Senko? Yeah. Yeah, like, I was rewatching a video of the guy talking about Senkos. That's the name of the worm. It's a Senko, but then the rig style is turning it sideways. Originally, people would fish a worm by hooking it through the head and stick the hook out the body somewhere, right? And swim it like a worm swims. They're excellent swimmers. But, like, when the guy originally invented the Senko, people thought he was, like, out of his fucking mind. It's a stick, bro. You're asking people to just buy sticks of rubber and throw them in the water. And they're the #1 selling bait. As far as I know, last I checked, they're the #1 selling bait. Sticks of rubber. I'm going to remember now to change this reel. I shouldn't be using... Oh. I shouldn't be using this rod at all. Yeah. I'm not going to. I should be using this rod. Nope, that's a bottom rod. I should be using this rod. Nope. This rod. It won't be able to cast very far, but that's fine because we're trolling. Davey, thank you for the 73 months. The 150 is a more than you need to spend IMO on a. I would if you had $150 to spend, you were willing to invest that in fishing. I think 80 to 119 is a pretty like that's a price point. As a guy who goes to tackle shops once a fucking week, that's a price point you're gonna see a lot. And those rods are pretty good. I use them regularly. $80 rods, fish. I think the one tonight I fished like the entire tournament was a $65 rod. With the saltwater stuff, you want big. You know, just line capacity and stuff like that. You just want it to be bigger. If you're gonna fish saltwater. If you're gonna fish brackish water, you want it to be bigger. It doesn't have to be massive, but I would, you know, avoid. And this is where that's where this game really does teach you. Like reel size is done in a number. Like the spool, so the size is an 8,000. That's just how they do it in America. That's how much line the spool holds and how big the spool is. Anything saltwater, you're gonna want at least. I mean, I think real saltwater guys would yell at me if I didn't tell you like a 6,000 plus, and I think even bigger than that probably. A tournament, how'd that go? Not great this week. Last week we got third. Which one's Sora, Tommy? I'll come fish with you. Is this... The answer is always drift with wacky worms. It's the one. A button cast? Like with the spin on top? Those are never good. There's not a good one of those that exists. I've tried and tried and tried to find a good one for my ex-wife. They don't exist. They're always a fucking nightmare. They always turn your line into fucking an old... You remember the old telephone cords? They always do that to your line. Trolling with jigs in this game does work okay. Did not win, no. I think we got like 6th. I haven't looked at the results yet, but we stayed through the weigh-in, and I think we got like 6th. Which isn't great, but, you know. Better than no fish. They have a yearly weight thing, too. I think we're sitting in, like, 4th right now for overall weight. It's got a pretty big prize at the end of the year for top 3 most weight. Yeah, Doge is a good... I don't know if Doge is even in chat tonight, but he's a good help for saltwater stuff, too. He's the one I went fishing with in Florida. He'll probably tell you to buy it a little fancier than I would recommend, but get out there and do it, you know. So there's trawling, which is with nets, and trolling, which is with fishing poles. It's T-R-A-W-L, yeah. Trawl, which is with nets. This is trolling with 2 L's like you do on the internet. Oh, if you're going to do freshwater fishing, yeah, you'll be fine, man. Then you don't even need to get anything big. Just... Go to like a fucking Sportsman. I don't know if Sportsman's Warehouse is national or not. I love it though personally here. They have good deals. Or a Dick's or whatever. And the Lose brand combos are decent. I really like the Fluger brand combos. I've become a big fan of those. They're cheap and they last and they... Trawling is illegal in some places, not everywhere. There's plenty of places where trawling is done. Don't you think you need a boat to... Don't think you do. I mean, without a boat, you're going to be limited, especially seasonally. You're going to be limited to what you catch. The problem with fish is they move around based on the water temperature. So without any kind of ability to get into deeper water, you're stuck only fishing shallow water, which when you have 90-degree water temperatures, you're just not going to find a ton of fish in 90-degree shallow water. They're going to go out 6 foot, 10 foot, 18 foot. If you got some of these big lakes you guys got down south, they can be in 40 foot of water right here, or probably more. My brother bought that big pen, Gut Run. My brother just bought one at Sportsman's, a big monster bank fishing pen, 8000 series. It seems nice for what it is, you know. We talked about it yesterday with Gallagher and I. The high-end stuff, I don't know a good example of it. But the high-end stuff, it's the differences that it makes in your fishing are so unnoticeable to the novice that it's just not worth it. You can't buy your way into fishing success. It's just not one of those. It's just not one of those things, right? You have to learn. You have to take the time and do it. And as you learn, you might say, "Man, I really want a reel with a smoother drag and things like that." And then you go out and buy a fucking $300 reel, right? But until you know how to set up your drag on your reel for what you're fishing for what you're fishing with, like. It doesn't matter if you have a $300 reel or a $30 reel. You know, the pen has, that's what he got, big spinning reel. I use mostly spinning stuff still. I like baitcaster stuff a lot. I haven't ever fucked with conventional reels. I'd like to learn. I'm not great with a baitcaster. I've finally switched to left-handed baitcasters because I just couldn't adjust. I don't get it. So spin. I guess people could spin right-handed, but in my understanding, most people spin like this dude is spinning, left-handed. You reel with your left hand, but all baitcasters come stock, you know, with the reel on the other side, and it's super fucking awkward. But I wanted to, you know, like a dummy, I wanted to fit in and get a normal baitcaster. So I got a couple of normal baitcasters that were right-handed. And I just never could get comfortable with them. Broke down and bought a left-handed baitcaster. I love it. So I'm going to get more left-handed baitcasters, and I'll probably start swapping over some of my spinning stuff to baitcasting. It does cast better. The line stays in better shape. You can run big-ass heavy braid. Yeah, baitcasters just aren't designed for finesse, Gut Run. Even the guys I know that fish really seriously, like dozens of tournaments a year, if they're throwing 8-ounce Neds and stuff like that, like they're still busting out their spinning reel. You always use the dumb right-hand ones. I mean, it's not dumb if you're used to it, but like what I see most guys do, if you see pros, they'll actually use it left-handed. Or, yeah, they'll actually use it left-handed. They'll cast left-handed. That's what's hard. It's not the reeling right-handed that's hard. It's casting left-handed. When you see a novice with a bait caster, he'll cast with it right-handed, then switch to his left to reel. That just slows you way down and feels all funky and shit. I like to control my rod with my dominant hand. Not reel. And this is my jack-off hand anyway. You can flip left-handed. I can't. Can't at all. That's where I couldn't do it. Can't flip left-handed at all. But they certainly flip so much better than spinning rods, man. Is this the one? This is the best. It's not American fishing, though. So there's a lot of bottom fishing. There's a lot of carp fishing. A lot of, it's not going to know the species if you're American. There's no bass fishing. But this is the one as far as best fishing sim that exists. Yes. It's taught me a bunch of things about European fishing, and I've enjoyed that. If you want American fishing, Fishing Planet's okay. It's a fine game. But it is a lot more of a game and less of a sim. You did ask for a game, though. If you want arcadey as fuck, Ultimate Fishing Simulator, which is not at all a simulator, it is just an arcade game. That one exists. Would maybe be fun. Fishing with an 8,000 size reel in freshwater is not the weirdest part of this game for me. Catching fucking 300 kilogram fish in freshwater is weird. My keep net is full. Oh, Doge recommended a smaller reel than I expected. If it ain't American fishing, you don't want any part of it. Alright, then yeah, Fishing Planet is for you. But to me, this is what makes this game super special. You can dig up your own bait, you can cut your own bait, you can make your own lures, you can make your own ground baits. We don't use ground baits in America, really. Somebody told me yesterday there are some places in Europe with bass. I have been told otherwise. They do have trout species, but there are no bass in this game. There's not a bass of one. And to me, American fishing, the sport of American fishing is bass. There's walleye tournaments, there's catfish tournaments, but the real sport fishing, the one that the money's in, is bass fishing, and that is not in this game, though. Because they're not in Russia, I guess. As far as I know, they're not native to Europe at all. The New World Record sunfish? You mean that thing going around on Facebook that's not true? Is that the one? Maybe. I think that's probably what you're talking about. I get asked this regularly by people in real life too. There's a lot of fake fish records. There was an actual record set recently. I don't remember. Chat just told me for something pretty common. It was a picture of two dudes holding a big ass bloated sunfish, and it was fake. But there may have been an actual new sunfish record set. I wouldn't be surprised. They do still get set for certain species. There's a couple of the real old ones that haven't been set in a long time. No, it's just that people lie on Facebook feed. But people do also cheat in tournaments and stuff their fish with weights or try to feed their fish in the live well, I've heard. Throw minnows in there. I haven't done a lot of smallmouth fishing. Anyone in chat? Is it true that smallmouth, like, vomit? They'll, like, when you're reeling them in, they'll, like, vomit up a bunch of crayfish and stuff as you're reeling them in? State records are really weird. What's part about them? Never seen that. I saw some guys on the internet talking about it, like joking about their smallmouth losing half a pound on the way up, vomiting up crayfish. I've not gone noodling for catfish because it's illegal in almost every single state in America. And because I don't want to get my hand bit by a fucking beaver. Yeah. The TV show popularized it. It's not really a thing people do in most places. It's like 6 hillbillies in Oklahoma. Pappy, thank you for the raid. Yeah, and the dumb TV show that was on the air for a couple years makes it so every time I talk about fishing, even in real life, people have to bring up noodling. I forgot my keep net was full. It's okay, it's a good time to go home. Well, like, right after this cast. It's actually faster to log out than it is to drive home, but I feel cheaty doing it. That's not what I want. That's still not what I want. I think I have a perch I can squish and wrap in cellophane. I do. Squish him, wrap him up, put him in your pocket. Yeah, log out button IRL, and then you could just reload and you'd be home. My daughter has days, man, where she loves fishing and then weeks where she dislikes it. The last time we, like, actually fished together, she, at the end of the trip, was like, Daddy, I like fishing now. And I was like, yes. But then she hasn't wanted to go since, so, you know. I have done a little bit of fly fishing when I was young. It's super cool, man. I think it's such a cool thing. My mom used to make me watch that Brad Pitt movie with the fly fishing all the time. It's such a cool thing. The problem with it is, I must say it, sorry fly fishers in chat, the problem with it is, it's just not very viable for anything but, like, trout. Otherwise, there's just better methods that are cheaper, easier. It's probably something I'll get into when I'm old and bored of catching fish and be like, this is, you know, to me it's the bow hunting of fishing, right? It's something you do because you want to, not because it's the best way to kill a deer. Same, Savage. Like, almost exactly, dude. name. It's not a no-life try-hard type of fishing. That's exactly it. You got babes? Where's your money? Prove it. You ain't got no money. How can you have babes without money? What, they don't got gay money? Tell me only straight money? No gay money? I ain't buying it. Just enjoy the night. You know, we don't need that flashlight on. But yeah, I think fly fishing is a really fun way to fish. I don't have a ton of good rivers around here. We have a few streams, but they'd be tough to fly fish. You need space to fly fish or to get really good. But like fishing in the morning for like bluegill and sunfish and stuff with flies is a ton of fun. It's an absolute blast. And you feel like a badass. You feel I shouldn't say a badass, but like wise, cultured. Like Pierce Brosnan. Your hair's a perfect salt and pepper as you do it. Who pays for the date then? There's no date. It's just fucking. Where the fuck am I? That looked weird, like poles. It's just weeds. There's the other issue of fly fishing is, again, mostly trout and stuff like that. And they're just not that big. You know, I got big fish energy. No spooler yet on the new setup. Not even I had like one that pulled the drag when it was not turned up, but that's it. Nothing exciting on it. It's been handling some decent fish. I think we got like a 6 kilo asp on it. I did get a blue tag though. A blue tag sickle. Sitchel? Whatever. Cutie. A blue tag cutie pie. Never been marlin fishing, no. Never been deep sea fishing. And I don't think marlin are anywhere but deep sea. I'd love to do it and pray that I can do it without hurling everywhere or having a panic attack. I don't know how well I would handle it. I need more sitchel. And an 11 kilo asp is worth 800 bucks right now. Don't sell my sitchel. Don't sell my chub. The rest can go. By weight. How much money is here? I just like to know how much I made. Not bad. 500 bucks. What did we sell at 40? If not quite 550. I really want to try sturgeon fishing here. We have some sturgeon. What didn't I want to sell? Not my chub. My perch are fine. The herring are fine. The whitefish is fine. The Asper find, right? Yeah. That's where most of the money is. It's worth it if you're new to this game and interested. It's worth it to hang on to some fish, even if they're not on the cafe order at the time, because they might end up on the cafe order. That Shamea is worth 14 bucks. What's the deal? Well, now that there's that big asp on there, I gotta try to get a few more asp in the boat, don't I? 11 hours and 46 minutes. I'm gonna try up here a little bit tonight, just because I'm curious. It's been going okay down there, but not great. I mean, 550 bucks isn't terrible. How long we've been at it? That's pretty bad for how long we've been at it. I should try some different lures too, but... Biggest fish I pulled from my lake that I live on? 36-inch pike. Nothing massive. Decent number of pike. I haven't been fishing it a ton because I've been doing these tournaments, so I got a lot of lakes to fish. But everyone's been saying the pike numbers are down this year. I don't know. I don't know how much I believe of that shit. It is interesting to... We were talking about it a little bit earlier, though. Like, the perch numbers are way up. I've noticed the perch numbers are way up in my lake, which could be a sign the pike numbers are down. But it also could be a sign that people just didn't pick them through the ice as bad this year. I really hate ice fishermen. They're the worst. They just take so many fucking fish. Caught a ton of perch today at that lake too. Drop shot and minnows. Decent perch. Perch had been like pretty wiped out here for a while. But I think, you know, we were talking about it. I think the lakes, especially our smaller lakes up here, they tend to cycle the fish pretty good. I don't think that they stay consistently great. And the part of that is people talk, you know. Everybody's talking about how good the bass fishing is, how good the perch fishing is. People go and they fish and they take them, and that affects populations. Like the last 2 years I lived on this lake, the crappie have been amazing, dude. Just 12 to 14. I even caught a 16-inch crappie. It's just been great, man. Like every crappie. The first year I was here, I said I've never caught a crappie under 11 inches, which is nuts. This year, I've only caught one crappie over 11 inches. I am feeling a bit better. It's not. They don't steal that info. It's published, Calastigro. And they argue and scream and yell about it. The problem with a lot of stocking is like what I was just talking about. If you don't have the bait fish to support the population, And there's been a lot of stocking that gets slowed down or stopped because they're trying not to overstock based on the amount of available food, you know? Some things you have to look where they're stocked. Lake trout and stuff like that, muskie. If you don't, you won't catch them. I guess you could just know where they're stocked, but like they don't exist, you know, without it. Salmon aren't native to Lake Michigan here, you know, that they're stocked, and they're stocked in the rivers and stuff. Yeah, good. Are your shad like when I fished southern Indiana? They wanted us to kill all the shad we didn't uh, we didn't use. Which I mean, shad die anyway, right? But is it the same down there? It seems like shad are looked upon as a bad thing in a lot of places, even though they're a stellar bait. Such a greasy little fucker. Long as it's the same leg, you can let him go. Okay. And I think that's why in Indiana they were just like, just kill him because they don't want to risk somebody hauling it and trying to use it in another lake. And the numbers, like you said, shad get thick as... We have alewives, they're called. I think that's how you pronounce it. And oh my god, some nights on the river, you shine a flashlight in there and it looks like you can walk across them. They are insane, dude. But they're very small compared to shad. Next week looking like for me? I don't have any plans ever. I'm not coming down to see that girl though, but I'd still be down to fish. AI wife? Al wife? Al's wife? Is that the actual pronunciation? Is it Al wife? Al's wife. I mean, I'd much rather have tiger muskie in my lake than bluegill. But I think, like I said just a second ago, Phil, it's well, you're saying 15 years it hasn't balanced itself out. It does usually balance itself out. If the tiger muskie, if they ate all the bluegill, that means the muskie population is shrinking as we speak because they ate all the bluegill. Obviously, they didn't eat them all, but they probably greatly reduced the population. I'm just swapping rods here. Hi. You have a bus station named after the little fish, the little bait fish, Al's wife. If you want to come up my way and go fishing, absolutely bad. Namastic was saying he might be up here next weekend as well. I doubt he would care if I brought you along, do a double down. We had a fun time. He's got a pretty cool lake. It's 3 lakes connected in a chain. It's pretty rad. We had pretty good luck. It's been 2 guys in my fishing Discord asking questions about getting into fishing wavy. Especially if you have any interest in kayaking. I think kayak fishing is becoming wildly popular. Tournaments and all kinds of shit for it. Ridiculously exotic fishing kayaks. But like even in a cheap Walmart kayak that significantly improves your ability to fish. Because the problem with fishing from shore is you're gonna have times of the year where it's just tough, especially in the summer. Which is when most people want to fish. There's so many kayaks on my lake now, IQ. I don't remember ever seeing kayaks out like that on lakes, but now it's just like there's a dozen of them all the time, at any given time. So you swim like a rock, so boats are probably a no-go. That's why we have life jackets, Wavy. They even have auto-inflatable life jackets. Kayaks in the bay, yeah, that's cool, up nut. But no, yeah. If you're interested in just shore fishing, depending on where you live, I wouldn't really recommend shore fishing if you're gonna go to public accesses, which we call them, but it seems like more people call them boat landings. If you're gonna go fish boat landings, I wouldn't recommend fishing to you, honestly. You're gonna get bored real quick. Wisconsin on Lake Michigan. I don't have a ton of experience pier fishing. So if you were gonna go sit on the pier and fish, Wavy, I don't have a ton of experience like that, but I think it's very seasonal. To like when people really fish the pier heavily. I don't know how the lake changes based on Wisconsin and Michigan. I know it does. I know like you guys have some shit different times a year than we do. But our piers get pretty packed fishing, so it's clearly enjoyable. I would assume it's a lot more fun than fishing inland lakes. So yeah, fishing here is not going well at all. Should have stayed down at my... I guess it was also dark. As much of a bad rep as boats get, like, yeah, fixing them is expensive, buying them is expensive, but they hold their fucking value. A 30-year-old bass boat is with a running motor is still worth like $6,000. Your car ain't worth that. I'm not like trying to shill boats on people. I just think I worked in the Harley industry, as the shirts. Oh, you can't read it. Says, and same deal there. Like Harleys are junk. Has been the, it's the truth. They're junk in comparison to all the metric bikes, and they cost more. But they also, a 1994 Harley is still worth thousands of dollars. A 1994 Honda ain't. Boats are hard to get right now, though. You have a no-tail, soft-tail deuce? Those were really hard to find for a while, man. Softails got so popular. The baggers have been the king of the bikes now for a long time, though. Bert, thank you for the 49 months. Get out every now and then. Hey, man. That sounds like boat to me. Sounds like it's time to trade the deuce for a boat. Trade up, baby. Find somebody who desperately wants a motorcycle instead of a boat. Ah, late family members. I'm gonna inherit about 14 motorcycles when my dad dies, and I don't know what the fuck I'm gonna do with all of them. I feel like boomer bikes. Ride one, Calastigro. Like, that's why, though, you know? They're just so nice to ride. We finally convinced people that comfort matters, and that's why the baggers are reigning supreme. And the Harleys are for old people, man. Like, the average Harley rider when I worked in the industry was like 50-something. They may be bad. We'll see. Left out in Washington State. Oh, wow. Yeah, my family owns a bike shop. Baggers like a Goldwing. Yeah, but a Harley. Yeah, the fairing, the hard bags. They're called baggers because they have hard bags. The hard fiberglass bags instead of... The O2 is a good bike, man. Like 50 thou, you gotta worry a bit about cam tensioners, but the fact that Harley got away with those cam tensioners without recalling them is still, like, unbelievable to me. They fail like clockwork, and they fail epically, and never had to recall them. It's like 7,000 max. That's like... Yeah, so the Harley has a chain that runs around. For those of you that don't know anything about motorcycles or cars or engines, it has a chain that runs around that needs tension held on it. So they have what's called a tensioner, and they made them out of this shitty plastic. And with age and miles, they would just fucking explode. And they hold very important chain that, if it does that, causes serious damage throughout the bike. Basically wipes your motor out. And they just never had to recall it. Which is crazy. My car gets fucking a random dumb recall like every 6 months. There's something wrong with your gas cap lid that may cause it to stick. Okay. If you replace tensioner before it grenades, you're good, yes. But it's a big job, Calastigro. It's a huge job. It's an expensive job. Then now they have all, aftermarket replacements, and probably even Harley-made replacements now that eliminate that entire system of tensioner. Car got a recall because it squeaked, yeah. But Harley engines were like, it was really bad. But the good news is those motors are like fucking $2,800 now new. Harley's also decided that bigger and bigger and bigger is better. Their motors have gotten gigantic. Dudes are getting like 30 miles to the gallon on a motorcycle. Like, what the fuck's the point then? Bigger and louder. I think that's like I I think they're over 110 cc's. I think last I knew they were 110, and I'm sure they've gotten bigger since. It's a fat-eyed. I shouldn't have said cc, sorry. Cubic inch. How big is a Harley now? I haven't worked in Harley in 8 years. No, longer than that. For all the #1 dads is what it says on their website, and I love it. What is the... I don't want to see your electric bike. The live layer. What are these sport glides? Those are cute. Oh, they're little 107. Is that smaller then than the like electric glide? Do I have any fish on chat? What size is the electric glide? Oh, is this a 107? Okay. Thought they were at 110s. Your dad got a fancy piece of firmware to reconfigure his Harley out of California emission standards. Oh yeah. Probably a Power Commander. They were popular 7 years ago. I'm gonna just assume they're still the... But no saltwater fishing. I don't even think there's any brackish fishing. Those are also just because you change things and have to adjust the tuning. Fuel air, make sure it's all computerized now, so you have to get in there and adjust accordingly if you change your exhaust or your air cleaner and stuff like that. And don't reconfigure your computer. But in doing so, you're, yeah, killing your California emissions. How many states do you have to get your car inspected in? We don't. And boy, let me tell you, I should take pictures of the shitty cars that you see in Michigan. I love driving in a state where you can immediately tell there's inspections here. "43 states need inspections." Alright. You should see the shit that gets drove around here, chat. It's actually nuts. They'll have missing everything. I don't think I go a day on the road without seeing somebody who's got no exhaust, plastic bag for a window, trucks just completely missing the entire bed of the truck. Weekly record. Did you get one? The diesel trucks that have the fucking... I don't know, you guys probably don't have these. You guys have guys who have diesel trucks where they just route their exhaust up into these giant fucking pipes in the bed of their truck. They just stick up over the roof of their truck and billow smoke like a factory. Like rolling coal, yeah. Catalytic converter is optional here. I ain't got one. Not in my 2002 Dodge. I'm a wizard. You're my favorite fisherman. You get shamed. You don't care. Pike bite your lines off. You don't care. You're still fishing. You ain't giving up. Yeah, ticket for your exhaust being over 95 decibels. Yeah. We have some noise ordinances that exhaust can get you in trouble for in certain towns and stuff, but they're not statewide things. They're just certain towns. I drove around without exhaust for the last 3 years. None. There was like maybe 6 inches of working exhaust pipe on my truck. We used to... back in my day, when I was a piece of shit, I was big into systems. Bump and bass, chat? We'd get a lot of tickets for that. Especially in the beach towns and stuff. With our trunks rattling. You don't hear that much anymore, and it's nice. At least I don't hear that much anymore, and it's nice. Still got headers. I was like right at the headers. Babes and money. Babes and money. My friends. Our first like really ridiculous system was in an Isuzu. What was it? Some fucking Isuzu. A little SUV thing. Piece of shit car. My friend had a mistake from the IRS where he got $10,000 instead of $1,000. And we spent it all on neon lights and subwoofers and amps for an Isuzu Rancher or something dumb like that. And then the IRS came after him. It was real bad, sad for him, but very funny for us to drive around in this piece of shit car with $10,000 worth of stereo equipment and neon lights. And the car blew up like, the engine in the car blew up like, I don't know, 6 weeks later. Worth, dude. Then we put it all into a fucking, like, 1988 Ford Econoline. Is that the big Ford van? And we lived out of that fucker. It was tight. Rippled the sides of the van. All the sheet metal on the sides of the van was just wavy from the speakers. It'd make you feel like your heart was palpitating. Maybe it was. Ah, the Geo Metro. One of my first date in a Geo Metro. The back seat of a Geo Metro. We had to ride to my first date. Boy, was that embarrassing. She was much better off in life, or her family was much better off in life than my family. I was so upset that we had to take the Geo. A rusted out, stick shift, 2-door Geo Metro. Oh yeah, rear view mirrors always fell off. It's the first thing to go once you put a sound system in a car. The rear view mirror. I don't know what it is about bass and the sticky stuff on rear view mirrors, but it just does not last. A 2-door 5-speed Geo Tracker, hell yeah. I had a 93 2-door. No, it was 4-door. 4-door 5-speed Honda Civic, and I drove the fucking wheels literally off that car. Rusted a hole through the floorboard with a wet towel from the inside out. It was probably a mixture of both because I live in salty snow weather, but mushrooms were growing. My window leaked, and I thought I'll just throw a towel down. I don't know why I thought that would help. I'll just throw cloth on the floor, and it'll drip on that, and then that'll get really wet, and I'll leave it there. And there were mushrooms growing in the back floorboard of my car. And then once I peeled that off, there was a hole that appeared shortly thereafter. I think I got like 280,000 miles out of that car. The greatest hits, some of the worst cars ever. My daughter just inherited a 1984 Pinto station wagon. It's got like 72,000 original miles. I'm going to make her drive it as her first car because I'm that dad. It's the perfect starting car, dude. The Pinto wagon. Doesn't have the porthole. No. Explodey Pinto wagon? Like, whatever, dude. I don't know anybody that got exploded in a Pinto. But no, it's the gas tank in the back. No, not wood paneling. It's orange. It's the original Ford orange. We bought it. We drove all the way to West Virginia to get it. It was like a joke for my brother, which he didn't appreciate. But me and my dad had a... It's like the one time me and my dad really went somewhere together as adults. Was to get my brother this joke car. We drove all the way to West Virginia. This tiny little fucking town, dude. It's the weirdest thing. It's super weird to see. It was just like... It's kind of like they... I don't know how to explain it. So basically, imagine a trailer park, but all with like modern houses instead. And it was just like a little 2-track that went from house to house to house. But just in the middle of fucking nowhere on a mountain. The dude worked for Ford, bought the wagon brand new, kept in his garage its whole life. It's a very cute car. Love it. I've always loved oddball cars. I want a Gremlin. No. No, 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 no. No, no, no. It's the Pacer, right? Is that... Man, my cough just hit like... Yeah, I want a Pacer. With a big bubble back window. The Pacers are so cute. They're the sickles of cars. An 85 El Camino. The El Camino's alright. The Ranchero was hideous. Sorry, Ranchero owners in chat. There's 532 people in here. If one of you have a Ranchero, what are the odds? Anyway, The Ranchero is hideous. Ford's version, that thing was so ugly. There's a dude here who drives an El Camino in the mud. And he drives on the street too, but it's all set up for the mud. So it's like fucking 17 feet tall. And looks very good. Like someone's drawing of an El Camino from memory. Yeah, they look like somebody who like wanted to draw a cool futuristic El Camino. We're gonna add some cool action lines. Some more curves. If you're building a truck-car combo, you don't need curves. It's a truck car. Don't overthink it. There was a recent remake of the El Camino? Are minis still around? Dude, I drove a Mini Cooper Turbo from like Minnesota to Michigan. It was the most fun car I've ever drove. And my dad has like an SS Camaro. BMW owns Mini. I haven't seen many of them anymore. They were such cute cars. Used to work for them. Oh. Oh, you want to talk about a fucking classic stupid car? The Fiero. My uncle drove a Fiero for years. Years. All turbos are supers. They're fun cars, Gallagher. Was it red? It was white. Dodge Rampage? Probably. I was big into cars growing up. My dad was a huge car guy. Until he got opened the bike shop. Oh, a Rampage. I didn't even know Dodge had an El Camino. I've probably seen one and not even recognized it. Zombie Ron Swanson, thank you for the gift sub. But yeah, I have a 69 Grand Prix that my dad bought. It's a sad story. It's another sad story. It's not sad for me. It's sad for him. Anyway, my dad bought this 69 Grand Prix for his, at the time, fiance, whatever she was. They're no longer together. It was very short-lived. And then, like, got a bunch of work done to it, had it painted, and was like didn't want to deal with it anymore. So he's like, if you'll pay for the paint job, it's yours. So now I have a 69 Grand Prix that isn't put back together because my dad's like, oh yeah, we can work on it, but every time we go out there, he just gets all fucking whiny and depressed about his ex-wife, and the car sits. And then I have a 66 Bel Air that's just about dead, but it's a family car we've had forever. We used to push start that fucker and things. It's just a car we've had in the family for so long I can't let it go. What should we fix, the Grand Prix or the hole in the wall? I mean, the hole in the wall is much more important. I have no interest in driving the Grand Prix. I just did it to like help my dad out. And I mean, it's whatever. I actually gave the Grand Prix to Alice, said she can have it if she wants it. I needed to catch more Sitchels, but we're just not catching them. I should drag Wackies, I guess. It didn't work well for me the other day. I drive a Nissan Rogue and I hate it. It's a fine car. I don't need it, you know? I bought it for my ex-wife. And, I have no interest in it. And I wish I didn't have it. I'm in that weird spot with it where I only owe like 6 grand. 7 grand, something like that. So it feels bad to, you know, I paid 28 or whatever. Feels bad to sell it when it's a fine car with 50,000 miles that would probably last me another 5 years, but it also doesn't suit my needs. Yeah, sell it, lose my fucking ass. It's worth what it's worth, but when I only owe 7 grand on a car with 50,000 miles, I can't buy a 50,000 mile car for 7 grand, right? Like, that's the problem. Time to upgrade your hooks, wizard. It's a Star Wars Nissan Rogue. It's the Rogue One, Star Wars edition. It's white. The Stormtrooper white. I sold my fucking Audi for it. This makes me sound fancy. I'm not fancy. I bought an Audi that was totaled. And then a friend of mine got some airbags out of the back of a truck, and it was put back together. But I loved that car. I loved it to death. I never understood fancy cars until I drove around in that Audi for a couple years. Yeah, it got totaled because all the airbags went off. I had some front end damage too, but like the big thing was all of the airbags went off. And it was like, I don't remember how many thousands of dollars to buy the airbags new. You bought a 3 Series? I love BMWs. The look of BMWs is... Anyway, I've never driven one, but the look of them. I used to work for a guy who let me drive his Porsche Cayenne. And that was a nice car too, but I thought it was ugly as all get up. Maybe Mountain Dew. But no, the Nissan Rogue is my first ever new car. All of my cars are always used. Usually something that was wrecked or damaged. My dad was a mechanic for... He's still a mechanic his entire life, so... we know lots of people. I get lots of help with shit like that. What's up, Obsoleted? Hands quarter the size of yours. Tiny baby hands. Let me under your wife's hood. I guess you could just borrow my hands. That's fine. That's... What, you don't have pole flex? Is this how you fish? This is how men fish. I mean, that was like, I don't know what 3 kilos is in America, but that was like a big fish. The pole flex is probably realistic minus the angle at which... I don't know how well a pole would actually bend backwards. Shall we science? I'm gonna get fiberglass in my eyes. Should be fine, right? Does it know what ends front? Here's a cheapy Walmart pole. Do you bend backwards? Yeah. Yeah, you do. You do. Not as good, but... you bend about the same. You don't know what weighs front or back. So scary. That's nothing, dude. I could have went harder. I've never snapped a rod like that, not once. They just made the bend, y'all. How much gold is in the game? I have no idea. Can I look? Is this gonna show things? 5 coins is 950. I did that. Somebody was asking about rods being able to bend like that. And I did that with this. I had this steelhead pole over here that's like 14 feet long and touch the tip to the handle. I didn't look at it very long, but trophy. Using it, dude. A lot of people like to use their open face upside down. We just talked about that earlier with the bait casters. I don't get why bait casters are all right-handed reeling. I did the dumb thing where I was like, I'm gonna fit in and buy a right-handed bait caster, so that I too will look like the guys I see fishing. But I fucking hated it. Now that I've got a left-handed bait caster, I'll never buy right-handed again. I'll just tell everybody I'm left-handed. That's way easier. That was only a trophy, yeah. I mean, only, it's like... I love the bait casters. They're just not... I haven't got any... Maybe there are some bait casters that would work with light stuff, but I do a lot of lightweight, like if I'm drop shotting or jigging or anything like that, I'm usually using like 1/8 ounce and stuff. I like to let my shit take its time to get to the bottom. And that I've never been able to get into bait casters personally that can throw that stuff. You can buy them lefty, yeah. I just didn't. But I spent all these years fishing spin reels. You know, I grew up fishing using my rod in my right hand and reeling with my left hand. And then for some reason bait casters are like, nope, we're going to do it the other way. But like all spinning reels, you can swap what side the reel is on, so you... My father-in-law is left-handed and fishes them all right-handed, which is very funny. He swaps them all to right-handed. This is on Steam, Gallagher. I don't know if that I don't know anything about the internet, but the download itself, I don't think would be as big of a dealio, eh? I don't know what your rules are. What is that clicking of the reel? What does it do? Closes the bail. So the way this reel works, you open. Nope, you can't really see it very good in the game. But yeah, so there's a little metal thing that holds down your line. You open it to cast it. Here's one. It's this thing. You open it to cast it, and if you don't close it, then line can pull out freely. And you close it to hold your line. Good thing I have fishing poles right next to me in my bedroom slash office slash Bass Pro Shop. Go over walleye and muskie. Where are you doing that at? That sounds exciting. Two fish I don't know shit about, but want to figure out someday. You got a giant glass pyramid? How fucking wild is that shit? So if you don't know, in America, in Tennessee, Memphis, Tennessee, they built this giant glass pyramid. Super cool thing in the city. It looks awesome. Lights on it. Wow, you see it when you come in. You're like, this cool pyramid. Then the city sold it to Bass Pro Shop. So now it's like, wow, check out that really cool Bass Pro Shop? This is fucking weird, dude. A rat's nest? Baitcaster rat's nests are really easy once you figure them out bad. What confuses people, I don't know if I can explain it. I'm going to pull up my net real quick. Do I have a baitcaster over there? No. I've been letting my brother use them. So what happens is the line, the spool spins forward, and the line itself folds and then wraps around it. So it looks like it's tied in this horrible knot, but what you actually really need to do is just spin the spool backwards and pull the line out. And that's the confusing part. You actually have to just spin the spool. But once you get in, like I get rat's nests all the time fishing baitcasters, but it takes me 2 seconds to undo them once I know how to do them. You can also grab the line and pull it and spin the spool itself, but it's the way it wraps the line. It looks like a horrible knot. They're like, how the fuck did that even happen? But in reality, it's just the line folded and spun over itself. What about radar? Ever use it? Yeah, I have sonar. Right? Radar is different. I think. I don't know. Anyway, yeah, I use... Both my boats have it. I don't have anything super fancy. I think my most expensive fish finder is like $600. They can get to be like $6 grand. I'm no good with finding fish with it. I can find a school of bait fish or some kind of sometimes, I think, probably. I can't throw cast nets here to find out. But I love them for just identifying the depth and the structure, like the shape of the bottom of the lake and stuff like that. You know, you can see where it drops off. You can see where it contours and stuff like that. I love it. I love it. It's so much fun. It's truly learning the layout of the lake besides just what you see from shore. And it teaches you too, like, looking at that, I can know that after, you know, all this time of using a depth finder, I know that the water on that shore is going to be significantly deeper on that shore. And it makes sense when I say it, but I never really thought about it as a kid and stuff. And years now, using fish finders for years, you know, you really can identify structure a lot faster. I should have just watched more videos and saved money on a fish finder. You can get your hook stuck on rocks in this game. They have 3D imaging ones that are cheating. I don't agree, but they certainly help, and they certainly give you an advantage. I don't think they're cheating, though. I still think they're a lot harder to use than most people give you credit for. Like, identifying how far away that fish actually is. You know, they scan pretty wide areas. Learning how to, like, read your depth finder at different speeds and all that shit can be... It's a lot more complicated than it looks. Hoping that fish didn't just fucking bounce when you went over it in the first place. A lot of Americans say trolling isn't fishing. It's because it's not allowed in bass tournaments. It depends a bit on the species, too, I'd say. You know, most of the fish I'm fishing for in my small inland lakes, they don't just sit there forever. It's not like you got 3 hours to sit there and keep dangling baits in front of its face until you find the one it's willing to eat, right? Like, it's gonna move on. It's gonna shift around in the water table based on the time of day and temperature and all that shit too, right? Like, in the winter, they can be pretty hack-sore. That's right, I said hack-sore. Because fish are a lot more stationary. I think walleye is a fish that, yeah, sonar is a lot more helpful. Especially when you're talking big lake fishing. But it's still no guarantee, eh? I get joy out of using my equipment correctly. All of it. Including my boat, my fish finder. Not just catching the fish, right? One of my favorite things to do is just take people fishing. Take people trolling and stuff like that. Feeling like an accomplished fishing captain. This summer I like taking people out at night. Because it's pitch black dark and a ton of fun. Catch a ton of fish. And you just drive simply off your sonar. It's certainly never this bright here. You can't see shore like that at night here. Ever. I think just getting them into fish. Teaching people that fishing doesn't have to be 3 hours of sitting still. It never has to be that. Never. I don't care what body of water you take me to that has fish in it before you say, oh, take you to the mud puddle, Richard. That has fish in it. It never has to be 3 hours of sitting around. Yeah, we have such clear water up here, Gallagher. Even our inland lakes are so clear, dude. I can always see, in most of my lakes that I fish, I can always see 6-8 feet deep, which with our lakes are only 30 foot deep. 6-8 feet is where the majority of the fish tend to hang. So yeah, that's exactly what the point next. So if I was going to take somebody fishing and show them that fishing doesn't have to be 3 hours of waiting, I wouldn't take them catfishing. That wouldn't be my first choice. You want to take someone fishing and show them that fishing can be fun, take them to a fucking pier in the Gulf and give them a sabiki rig. and let them fucking bring up, what are they, ladyfish? Ladyfish and pinfish and, you know, uh, puffers, and show them that fishing can be exciting. It comes down to what you're fishing for, and if you want, you know, if you enjoy fishing, then you may want to take the time to spend 3 hours chasing after a hog, but yeah, that's because I was just talking about skipjack earlier. I had so much fun catching skipjack. They're decent sized fish, and catching them fucking 3 at a time and stuff is a blast. The type of fishing is a distinction, but even then, like, I don't know specifically what type of fish Exo's catfishing for. Catfishing on the Gulf of Mexico? What catfish are you? The only catfish I know of is saltwater catfish. And they're gross and everywhere. I couldn't keep those fuckers off my line in the Gulf of Mexico. Do not enjoy fishing, but you love eating fresh walleye. And gaff. Yeah, the gaffs. I've never caught those, but the fucking hardhead catfish are the plague of the ocean. Anybody who fishes for snook or reds or trout, like, yeah, I love flatheads, man. So much fun. And taught me how wrong everybody is about catfish. That they're not all just disgusting bottom feeders. I've had flathead eat 10-inch bluegills. Gaff top have the really cool top fin, right? I eat crappie all year here, but a lot of people prefer, especially down south, crappie can get really soft, I guess. I don't know. I've never experienced it. I eat them all summer long. But our you know, the water crappie hang out in the summer here is still in the 60s and 70s, so the surface temps will be, you know, 85, but yeah, the sail. My buddy got stuck between the fingers by a hard shell catfish, and it broke off between his fingers. He had to have surgery. And this dude had broke his back in a car accident. He'd been through a lot of pain. And when he got stuck by this catfish, like, we've all been stuck. Any of us who've been catfishing a lot have been stuck by catfish. We didn't know the saltwater catfish have a venom or a poison. Whatever. It's a poison, right? I think it's a poison. And I didn't realize that it broke off in his hand, and neither did he. But having that thing break off... Is it a venom? I thought venom was fangs. Poison was stingers. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. That's venom? Okay. Anyway. Dude, to watch this 6'4" big man, who I knew had been through a lot of pain, like, lose his shit, got me really scared of getting stuck by a hardhead catfish. Oh. Venom is injected, poison is ingested. Oh, okay. But yeah, they're barbed. They're like ribbed for your pain. And the smaller the catfish is, the sharper and more, you know, they're newer. It's like an old bone spear versus a new bone spear. You'd rather be bumped with the old one. Because the young ones are still super sharp and super barbed. as they get older, they get knocked, broken, and, you know, worn down and stuff. But he said it hurt worse than anything he had been through, having that fucker break off in his hand. Gloves, Vepsky, honestly. Gloves are fine. I've never had a catfish get through a leather glove. And just being more careful. Like, that was really the thing. He grabbed it thinking, ah, little catfish, no big deal. He just grabbed it. It flopped. Blech. Too many. Oh, I guess, yeah, that's true. Like, you get into the fucking puffers and... You've had catfish go through gloves for you? I have not. The biggest, I was shocked. Every fucking fish I caught in Florida, leading up to the biggest fish I caught, had teeth. Or a beak with spikes. But then I caught that big 42-inch snook. And that fucker was toothless and adorable. Carp hooks for the 5-star quality over classic hooks or float feeders. I mean, I don't know which ones are 5-star quality, but I can certainly use carp hooks for my... Which hooks you're looking at? No, you're good, No-Go. So this is a let me double check on actual... Yeah, I can use all my carp hooks here. Like I said, I don't know if it's all of them that exist, but all of the carp hooks I own I can use on my bobber rod. I think they're all fine. When I went fishing with a viewer the other day, we caught a fucking bowfin, and I didn't expect it. We were just using tiny jigs and tiny crankbaits for crappie. And I get this fucking 20-inch bowfin. And had no gloves, no pliers, no nothing. And I'm trying to get that... I hate killing fish. Trying to get that fucking hook out of that fish's mouth. And it's a treble hook. And it fell, stuck in my hand. Fish is still on one of the hooks. One of the hooks is in my hand right here in the juicy spot of your thumb. And then that fish started twirling, flipping, and the skin was just spinning and lifting up the hook. This whole part of my hand was black. One of the kids in the tournament today, he was fishing alone. It's a partner tournament, but this kid doesn't like... He's what I joked about, hit on him to try to fish with him. But I don't want to fish with anybody. It's annoying to fish somebody else. He's one of those people. But today he hooked himself bad in the pinky of all places. And he had to drive and find one of the other tournament guys to pull it out for him because he couldn't pull it out himself. Should have had a partner. Because the highest quality classical hook. So No-Go, what you're getting into there is the what it's for in the bait. I don't know how much that shit matters, man. Quality certainly matters for keeping fish on the line, and I think even, especially with bobber fishing, I think it matters with the hookup rate. Like how many of your bites end up staying on the line, you know what I mean? Because you got to set the hook with a bobber. It's the only thing you really got to set the hook with. So yeah, I don't know the big difference between, you know, these carp style hooks and these classic style hooks. As far as I do at IRL, I know the difference, but I don't know how the game treats it, right? Like the design of these are designed to hold live baits and things like that, right? Like the way it's shaped is to keep the bait on the hook, where these are set for, you know, corn and vegetables and dumb things that don't wiggle. I will say, if you have a few points in float fishing, like these Rage series hooks for me, I think these were the best when I played last. I think I don't think I've ever lost a fish on one of them. I mean, obviously it'll happen, but they've been very reliable. I do think buying upgraded hooks is super important even early, and it's lures as well. The number of fish that stay on the line is huge. I went fishing with a kid. First time ever out on a bass boat. With a kid and his dad and my mom. And the guy's bragging he won this bass boat in a tournament. He's fucking catching a ton of fish. He's really just being a badass, right? I'm like in awe of him. And he throws this bass jig, which is just a weight, a hook, and a skirt, right? And you usually hang something off the end of it. But anyway, he throws this weight and this hook at a lily pad, gets it stuck, sits there pulling. Fop! Comes flying right at my face. He sees that and does this to try to jerk it back the other way. It was too late. It already hit me. It ripped my nostril in half. So I got hit in the face with a weight, and then he ripped my nostril in half. There are some really smart guys on Twitch. I may have a bunch of viewers, but I'm not it. I don't Google any of this stuff. I've just been learning from experience. America Jake might be on. He's very knowledgeable. I'm just a guy who normally plays other games and gets a lot of viewers. I'm not a Russian fishing 4 pro, just a guy who likes playing and figuring it out. We share information amongst ourselves a bit, but there are some really good streamers that do this shit been doing this shit for years. You can get a lot of information from them. Did I kill him afterwards? No. But I was upset to find out his son went on to be a pro. He doesn't do very well, but somehow he keeps getting to do it for a living. So every time he's a local guy too, so every time someone brings him up, like, do you know? Yeah, I know him. His dad ripped my nose. Look at this scar. It's not much of a scar anymore, sadly. You think Ultimate Fishing Sim had a bigger budget? God, that game sucked. And what a lie in the name, dude. Talk about false advertising. I guess they had planned Ultimate Fishing Sim to be more like this, and then, like, people continued to ask for more and more arcadey features until it just became like a really bad modern version of Sega Bassmaster. But that game is not a simulator at all. It is just arcade fishing.
Hey, Your Fishing Planet has adopted the dynamic fish, which would be good. That was the biggest issue of that game. The fish never moved. They just sat in the same places every day, and you catch them with the same baits. Professional fishing? The fuck is that? There's so many of these fishing games I've been hearing about the last 2 days. All right, we gotta mix it up here. I need to get some more experience. We ain't leveling nearly fast enough. Still 2 million to go. Where are you fishing, Tommy? Why are you fishing for gibbles? Did you give up on Sura? I think the only thing I fished in Sura was like weird big carp. And maybe floated wackies. I do love to troll wackies. Because it's silly. I wanted to catch that big asp and make $800, but... I think Sura I just ended up... Oh, you don't have wackies unlocked yet. Did you get any of these Christmas spinners? They've been doing so good for me everywhere for catching the small stuff. I think Sura had a lot of small stuff. But otherwise, I think I was just yucking night crawlers. Out there for like wild carp and stuff. I think that's where that was. Like out near the deep, fishing like edges of holes. Fishing Sim World Pro Tour. Tell me that's not the actual name. Because that's too many words. Is it? Yeah, I think nightcrawlers are doing pretty good for me out there. Back in the day. Back in my heyday. What is the deal with MLB The Show? It feels like it has like a weird cult following. Diehards. Be 10 kilograms. Okay, you're not. I gotta mix it up. Yeah, but MLB The Show. And then every time I say that, it catches small ones. The only good baseball game now. This one's been catching a lot of small stuff. Do I have a bigger yet? The Terminator. That's massive. The Funky Minnow. That seems nice. I think there's no hooks on it. It let me put it on my line, which is funny. Going to bread? Enjoy the bread, man. I hope it's not too yeasty. Yeast. Alright, and then we need to put hooks on this funky minnow. I need to break down and figure out my hooks again. I did all this hook stuff when I knew the game, and now I've forgotten. I just have like all these lures without hooks, and I have no idea what goes on them anymore. You probably had something of some size on you. 3-aught? That seems right. Looks right, anyway. It is so good, Wiggles. It's very good. I'm glad you're enjoying it. I should have bailed on the funky minnow too, honestly. I've been using it long enough. It's done fine. Or not funky minnow, the other one. It's done fine, but not exceptional. And we need exceptional. I think it doesn't help I'm throwing so far. No. No. But yeah, I've made this a confusing mess for myself, eh? That line is smoked. They're all smoked. Actually, I think the line on this one is in better shape. Not much. It is in better shape, though. I don't have anything big blue chrome. Blue chrome is my favorite IRL. I have so much blue chrome, it's dumb. Fat-bodied blue chrome. I have it in every size I can find. I got real big into just power fishing with crankbaits for a while. I know the asp like the top water a lot. Oh my god, that worked. Big orange. I hate chartreuse. I hate chartreuse. I don't know why. I just don't like the way it look. It's a cool color like outside of fishing, but not IRL. Fishing is IRL sometimes. Is that thunder? Are we gonna get rain? We haven't had rain in like a month and a half. I don't know if I have any vodka on me. I have some champagne and some mulled wine. It would only be cold if it was cold outside, though. I also don't like white. I like a lot of black. Black and silver. Set my vape on there. I think my windows are down. I'm gonna go check that. It hasn't rained in so long, I just haven't bothered to roll my windows up. Where are my slippers? Unmute. Sorry. I was going to get my windows done. I saw that rod bend. You know, when a man's rod bends, he's got to tend to it. Super creepy to walk. Oh, lightning. Ah. Yeah, fuck. All 4 of my windows are down. I don't have my keys. What do I do with my keys, chat? What the fuck did I do with my keys? I think I decided not to take them. Ah, it's sprinkling. Just in time. The windows down in my truck too. Yep. They are. Ooh, big lightning. No, I was rolling up my windows because it's storming. They're gonna, it seems like. For 6 months in advance, well, thank you very much. That's a long time. I don't even know what I'll be tomorrow. Yeah, it's a lapel mic, so it's on my face here. It's like for theater and stuff. It lets me do all this without having to worry about where my microphone is. Thank you very much. What's the difference between the 2 games? I think one is a pay with no microtransactions, and you get the game and all its contents with no microtransactions, and it's not as grindy progressive. And the other is the free-to-play grindy progressive one, I think. I know at some point Fishing Planet released a buy-in, or a version that you just buy outright. Because I think they released on consoles, I think. I don't know. They are giving me a sideways mohawk. Thank you. I don't want to embarrass myself. How am I going to find love on the internet? Epic! No! I hope it was a shitty reel. Are you just sending cucumbers to everybody, or is everybody just deep in the cucumber game? People are just really into cucumbers? We need to do a tournament. What did you learn though, Epic Monkey? That's the important part. That watermelon is wet. Don't cast at the shore. No, 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 no. That ain't it. If your reel broke, there's something wrong in your setup. Your reel should never break. Or you accidentally turned your drag all the way up, maybe. I have one viewer who will argue otherwise, but for every single other person I know, as long as your setup is right, you should never break a rod or a reel. It should always be your line that snaps. So when you look at when you catch a fish down here, for those that are curious about how the fucking system is, it's the weakest point in your setup is what's showing on that bar, and if it maxes out, it breaks. Whatever the weakest point in your setup is. Everything has its own strength, so your reels drag. Your line, your leader. This is wrong, by the way. This is how things get broken. This is just wrong. Dangerously wrong. Oh, it was just in a snag? That sucks. Damn. Can't jig step for the life of me. Getting the prompt on jig step can be really, really hard if the ground isn't flat, and if there's current, it can be really hard. So, the one thing that's a little bit confusing with this that I was talking about here is reels also have a hidden strength. Besides their drag. So every click you make on your drag is adding pounds or kilograms, whatever measurement you want to use. So by putting this at 29 kilograms, you should be getting close to this reel's 15.5 kilogram drag. You should be getting close to your maximum drag. So this would be 14, 13, 12, blah, blah, blah. It's obviously that's not accurate math, but by putting it at 29. When you lock your reel, that means you're saying, I'm not using my drag anymore. I'm just locking my reel down. Then you're getting into the strength of the reel itself, which is not a displayed stat. Because you're just really not supposed to do it in most scenarios. So then reels have a secret hidden strength there that will break them when you lock your reel. It's usually pretty high. The cheapy lower level reels, when you lock them, the reels can break. Active spots? No, I don't. I've caught like 3 here, right in here, in the last like many hours of fishing. I've just thrown random shit though. I don't know what's hot. None of them have been very big. I think I got like a 6 kilo one. So yeah, the way Does that already have a fish on it? No. It's snagged or something, huh? So the way most of us in my community anyway do their setups is you make your leader your weakest point. So that way the only time you're going to lose anything is if your line gets spooled, and the only thing you're going to lose is your lure and your leader. But your reel won't break, your rod won't break, and your line won't break. My inventory early on was full of half spools of line that were worthless because they kept getting broken. Yeah, that sucks, Epic. Oh, it's repairable? I thought once they broke they weren't repairable anymore. I've fished here for many hours and never noticed that barrel. That's new. 1 iron. Thank you for the 3 months. There was an order for sitchels, small sitchels. I should do that really quick. Let's do that really quick. That'd be this rod though. Nasty worms, Chad. These worms is nasty. I think if a rod breaks, it's certainly trash, because it breaks. Yeah, I hate. That fish was too big? Or was big, not too big. I hate that a lot of nature games do the perfect mirror reflection on water. It's very disorienting. And not quite realistic, you know? Really, Iron, I fish a lot of rivers that are pretty calm like this. Never this calm with the wind. Anytime I go fishing, there's 12-mile-an-hour wind at least. Because God hates me. What are you, bud? You're not the sitchel I'm looking for. Unless it's another blue tag one. No, it's a Xander. Oh, Sura had those weird Xander, didn't it? Tommy. I'm your favorite stay-at-home fisherman. Hey, I did an actual real-life fishing tournament today. outdoors and everything. Surprised I'm not super sunburnt. Maybe I am. You couldn't tell. My camera balancing is never any good. It's not what I'm looking for. Double threat. I actually fish, except for that one guy who told me I'm not a real fisherman because I don't ice fish. It's cold, and the ice is scary. I ain't doing it. That went okay. We didn't do great, but, you know, put some fish on in the bag and had something to weigh. I think if I paid attention to the weigh-ins right, we were 6th. Top half of the field. That's the word. But not in the money. My little brother, I've fished with my little brother, which has been nice because we didn't really. He's 18, so like we didn't grow up together, right? But fishing has gotten us to spend quite a bit of time together, especially lately. But he hasn't caught any fish in the last any tournament-sized fish, keepers, in the last 2 tournaments, and he's getting very frustrated. And I think he's super worried I'm gonna get mad at him. He even told my mom. She'd probably be mad at me for telling you, chap. I'm gonna tell you anyway. Part of spending time with me is I'm gonna share our laundry on the internet. He told my mom he had a nightmare that I got super mad at him, wouldn't take him fishing anymore because he didn't catch any fish in the tournament. But I'm not mad at him. I need to get him a confidence booster though. An easy lay. Get his confidence back. He's the anchor, man. It's a big disadvantage fish. So I fish the front of the boat. I control the trolling motor. I have the electronics. And I get first dibs at every spot, right? So he's the anchor. He's just supposed to be there to, you know, put 1 or 2 in the bag if he can. He was a great net man today. He didn't knock any fish off the hook trying to net them. He got me a drink when I needed it. Lifted the motor a couple times when I got too shallow. You know, did his job. But he doesn't seem to believe me when I tell him that I'm not getting upset about it. Maybe it's because I also give him a bunch of shit about it, but like that's sports ball, right? When you do the sports, you give shit to your friends who do bad at the sports. Be an athlete. It's funny to pick on him a little bit about it, but I'm not mad. He's also only been fishing for like a year. Yeah, that's all Tommy and I do when we fish with each other is talk shit to one another. It's all I know. I'm gonna blame you next time, Tommy. It's Tommy Giro Pickles. He did it. He raised me wrong. Not just people you like, he's my brother. You gotta shit talk your family. Otherwise, why have him? He's just a fishing baby, I know. Dude, I don't know if it's the vape gets nicotine on my hands or something, but man, every time I accidentally touch my eyes lately, it's just hell burn for like ever. Or if I'm just sweaty all the time or greasy. Ah! Maybe I should wash my hands. I did catch like 100 fish today. Probably should wash them. I can't smell anything though because I'm sick, so who knows if I'm dirty or not. I'm just crying over here, dude. Just weeping. Tommy's making fun of me for my bad fishing. You're not the 10-kilogram asp we're looking for. Wait, is that his... Oh, no. Ow! Angel Rider, thank you for the gift sub. You made me cry. I'm almost back. I'm just getting all the snot out of my mustache. Shame. Alright, we're back. We're back at it. Any snot in my mustache? Fucking mustaches, dude. They're stupid. I hate them so much. Beards are fine. Mustaches are dumb. Then you shave the fucking mustache off and you look Amish. And there's definitely asp in this hole. Funky hasn't been doing well. You get your mustache stuck in everything too. Pop tops. Lighters. That hasn't happened. I don't smoke very much anymore. Stuff. My dog's front teeth. Anyone else have a dog whose front teeth grab your beard and your mustache? Is that just a me problem? Sounds like a me problem. My dog has like super tiny, I think they're like underdeveloped, like baby teeth in the front. And they just grab my hair and rip it out every time she licks my face. The little tabs, yeah, the little pop tops, they're the worst. My Maddie, that dog I've had for like 14 years, when she was a puppy, she got so excited when we got home. Started licking my face and accidentally snagged my nose with her tooth and made me bleed. It is so panic-inducing. There's no good answer to it. I've hung cans for my mustache before. Tommy. Same Shami. Tommy. Pickles. Some dogs just got tiny front teeth. They look unlike baby teeth, like she never got her adult teeth. The dog, the dogs have baby teeth and adult teeth. Human teeth are how you know we weren't meant to live more than like 40 years. They get replaced once when you're like 10, and then you never get a new set, and you're supposed to just keep them for another 100 years. Dogs definitely don't just molt their teeth like sharks. Maddie's got like 6 teeth left because they just keep telling me she needs them pulled. So sharks should live forever? Yes. Didn't they just find a shark in like Coldlandia that was like 1,400 years old or something stupid? It was a very specific species of shark, I know, but I'm still winning this conversation. +300 years. Yeah. Yeah, how often your teeth regenerate is a determining factor in how long you should live. That's how you get megalodons. Megalodons are real. The Nazis have pictures of them. Uncle Billy Boner told me that. You know, all of that sounded like the most ridiculous shit that could ever be spewed from a human's mouth, but it's true. Facts that I've been told by Uncle Billy Boner. Nice trout. So you know the story. The best thing is that it's true. That I was informed of the Nazis knowing about megalodons, keeping it a deep, dark secret from us. Well, they were the 40 months. The plot of a Wolfenstein game? Somebody in my chat last time I told this story actually said apparently it was like some Discovery or History Channel mockumentary, and a bunch of people thought it was real, but it was just a mockumentary and people didn't realize it. Yeah, it's super weird to use those channels for stuff like that, because it's just the how many different Finding Bigfoot shows are there? I watched a really, really horrible one, and I can't remember the name of it now, but it was on some like really low-grade channel. But the whole plot was like Oh, I lost the fish. The whole plot was like, there's this group that wants to find and kill a Bigfoot because it's the only way to truly prove one exists. You have to kill it. And then one of the ex-members would go to all the towns they were in to, like, protest the fact that they wanted to kill a Bigfoot because he changed his ways, man. It was a wild ride. I watched like 3 episodes of it. That was on television. Real television. Not just a dream, I'm pretty sure. Is that a Caspian brown trout? Ain't caught many of them. I am getting better, Templar, than you. Sleep well. Funky minnow, ain't it? I don't know if I tried this here, probably. Oh! Hi, shore! Little python. Oh, I love it so much. I'm actually thinking I might take tomorrow night off, and I haven't done it yet, but my little brother is saying he's game. If the weather holds out, I think I might take tomorrow night off and camp out on my boat. Do a full overnighter. Just don't fall off the boat. I mean, that's always the goal, right? And you'll wake up if you fall in the water. I also wouldn't anchor. I'm not going to anchor for the night in like 25 feet of water, right? I'm going to anchor for the night in 6 foot of water or something. I always fall asleep in the tub and think, that's how I'm going to die. Can't sleep in a life jacket. Ain't gonna happen. I probably won't sleep anyway. I'm usually up all night anyhow. Might get bored though. Fishing usually dies down pretty bad between like 2 and 4 a.m. Not help with my being sick. I mean, I'm not a responsible adult, dog. Oh, I sleep great. I just don't get to. Between being a single dad and deciding to grow an audience of viewership at night, this is the life I signed up for. The fish get more. Some fish get more active at night. Some don't. I think almost all fish, at least in where I'm at, the best time is still couple hours before night and then a couple hours after it gets dark, and vice versa. A couple hours before it gets light, and a couple hours after it gets light. But the old catfish at night thing, like, it's true to a degree, but I caught the majority of my best catfish at dusk, not in the dark. Yeah, dude, I used to sleep out on Lake Michigan in boats all the time. Nobody knows what that word is, ritual sauce. Dawn and dusk active. There are some fish that are obviously night active. Walleye have like Vin Diesel's eyes, you know, in pitch black. They shine. Traded a pack of cigarettes. Got their eyes shined. And then like pike are the opposite. They don't like to hunt at night. They're a very visual predator and don't like to hunt at night. I have never had a ton of luck with. The only good pike I caught on a spoon was I got a new spoon, and I went, I wonder how heavy this thing is. I want to see how fast it sinks. I dropped it off the side of the boat, and it went shh, 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 and a pike came right from under the boat and grabbed it. It's like the only good pike I've caught on a spoon. Most of my pikes are on crankbaits, wobblers, since we're playing Russian Fishing 4. I don't know how to say that word to use that word again. But the old red and white Daredevil spoon is a true pike classic. Every old man's got one in his tackle box. Let's cut up some fish, chat. You get a fish. You get a fish. Unsuccessful, you don't get a fish. I use live bait. Unsuccessful a lot when I'm catfishing. Always when I'm catfishing. Or cut live bait, you know, cut up live bait. That's just hitting the bottom too much, huh? What do you do with the fish to ruin it as bait? Eat it. You're cutting it up as bait and go, you know what? Nah, I'm gonna eat that. Or hit it with a hammer. You reach for your knife but get your hammer instead. It'd still work. But I did just cut up like a 990 gram fish to get 7 grams of bait. So who the fuck knows what's actually going on here? Honestly, live bait is as good as it gets, in my opinion. For all fishing. The problem with it is, it's so good, everything fucking eats it. So it's really hard to target things with it. There's a reason it's not allowed in bass tournaments. It's actual food, yeah, right? Like it's funny how many people though act like it's not better than their fucking $14 Rapala. Leeches are great. Once you get them on the hook, they're great because they are indestructible. I haven't had a ton of luck catching a lot of fish with leeches, but they're an amazing bait because they're the opposite of most live baits in the fact that they are fucking indestructible. Throw out a whole night crawler and all kinds of little shit will sit there and pick it apart, tear it up. I just think it's a video game murder. I don't think they really thought too far into it. Besides, if we gave them the equivalent amount of bait for the size of the fish, they would never need to do it. Muddy lakes. Makes sense, kinda. I'm surprised how many crayfish lures and stuff still do really well for me, and crayfish soft plastics and stuff, because I don't see many crayfish anymore. I guess they just fish know that's supposed to be good eats. Aren't really northern, are they? We have them, absolutely. Oh god, it's that time. Day 3, creepy boat revs up in the distance. We get quite a few crayfish. Just with willow branches? Yeah. We did it with the kids the other day. Well, it was like last year, but some fucking stupid thing we saw on YouTube or TikTok or something. It was like a shoestring and a piece of bacon, but it worked. Alright, it's time to head back. Our fish keep is full. Our boat's probably close to expiring. I'm ready for a new lake. Crayfish taste fine, but they're just unpleasant to eat. They actually fuck your yard up like moles. crayfish. They dig little holes in your yard, and they... My buddy has a creek that runs along his property and is constantly bitching about the crayfish holes in his yard. Hitting it with a lawnmower. Oh, you're headed to Donuts. I'll meet you at Donuts. I don't think I've fished much of Donuts. I think Sura, man. Yeah, it was those different walleye things that did well for me there with Wackies. Nah, king crab legs is the top tier seafood. Crayfish are just they're just gross to eat. You can't convince me otherwise. What color do I have out here now? That was the one, huh? Do people eat coconut crabs? Those giant motherfuckers? I don't like massive shrimp. I like a nice medium-sized shrimp. Massive shrimp, they're weird to eat too. They gotta, I assume, but like, do they eat them regularly? They taste like literal shit. They eat shit. Yeah, humans, like, we've eaten it all because we were hungry once. We catch coconut crabs and feed them coconut for weeks to get them sweet. That's cute. They Hansel and Gretel their dinner, huh? I like that. The water bug thing gets to you? I just try not to think about it. Try really hard not to think about the water bug part and the fact that I don't really trust people to clean them properly. Yeah, bigger shrimp always are. They're just a very strange texture, even at like incredibly fancy, high-dollar restaurants. It's just weird. I didn't like shrimp for the longest time growing up because I've always been a texture eater. Like that's why I don't like oysters. The flavor's fine. I can't deal with swallowing an oyster. I actually don't like peppers for that reason too. That one's weird even to me. I need to try roasting peppers and see if it helps. The texture though of like biting into a raw pepper. I love the taste of jalapeno poppers. Texture gets me again. Do I ever get live or fresh? Yeah, absolutely. I travel for conventions and all kinds of shit, and we go to $100 restaurants and stuff because we're dumb. I don't do it anymore, but I did when I first started. I can't do an oyster. I can't get it down, man. Can't. It's my problem with a lot of sushi too, you know. I avoided it because I'm a picky eater for the longest time. But Andy Milanakis, randomly, I ended up on his stream, and he got just a stupid amount of fancy sushi and shoved some sea urchin thing in my mouth. I just couldn't say no. I was on his stream. I used to watch The Man Show with my dad when I was a kid. I felt like I had to eat whatever he put in my mouth. And it was great. Honestly, just delicious, but fucking gagging me out with the textures. It was also like a big jump for a first time sushi. I don't even remember what else was on. Sea urchin and a bunch of other shit. I can do shrimp fine now. I've adjusted to shrimp. I would like, and I'll eat a big shrimp even. I would prefer a medium-sized shrimp. I don't like them cold. The only way I won't eat a shrimp is cold or coconut. I don't like coconut. It tastes gross. Don't know what y'all are seeing in coconut. I'm not feeling it. But I don't like cold shrimp either. Why did you chill my shrimp? What are you doing here? I had some kids over to hang out with my daughter. I ordered pizza for them. You can get whatever you want, girls. And one of the girls was like, I want a Hawaiian pizza. And I was like, alright, you got it. So I ordered her alone a Hawaiian pizza. She gets it. Picking all the pineapple off it. I hate pineapple. Yeah, Jasky. Eat those carrots. Why? Because kids are fucking dumb, dude. I love them dearly, but they're dumb. How old is that child? Like 12? She thought there was something else special. I was like, why'd you get it? I like everything else that's on a Hawaiian pizza. I don't mind picking the pineapple off. And I'm like, honey, the only thing else that's on a Hawaiian pizza is ham. I could have just got you a ham pizza. Oh. Now she knows. I have another friend, actually. Kids friend. She likes pepperoni pizza. And then she takes the cheese and the pepperoni off. But she swears that if you don't order it pepperoni, it doesn't have the same, it's not the same. It doesn't taste as good. Kids are fucking dumb. Final answer. They just want the pepperoni sweat. Just sweat your peps all over me. I mean, it is true that it doesn't taste the same, absolutely. But like, I'm a picky eater, and I still find it strange. Yeah, the pepperoni grease, the cheese, all that definitely leaks into the sauce and crust. I'm sure she probably likes pepperoni separately, too. It's so wasteful. So once you're a parent, you're just happy if your kid eats. Honestly, yeah, you get to a point where you're just like, thank God they're consuming food. I was seriously worried for a while there. And you stop, you know, caring if they pick the cheese off their pizza or order Hawaiian pizza and take the pineapple off. It's just part of being a dad. Well, it sounds like you got pretty lucky, Durante. My kid hates medicine. All medicine. I've never found a medicine she can even remotely tolerate. And it's been an issue since she was a toddler. But there's nothing worse than, like, having a sick kid who's very upset she's sick and knowing that medicine will help, but having her get very upset that you want her to take medicine when she's already sick, and being upset isn't helping the situation. And then you're trying not to get upset. It's so difficult. My daughter tries a lot of food. She's very good. She's still picky, you know, she's still a kid. She still has, you know, what she wants, what she doesn't, but she's very good. Eats what she asks for. But yeah, she still has certain things she, you know. But her school did this thing, and it was a really good idea, and I wish they would do it again. But it was called the 2-Bite Club, and they'd bring in all these different foods, and some of them were kind of unique, but mostly just, you know, regular everyday shit that kids don't like. Broccoli, and I remember my daughter coming home so excited. I like broccoli, Dad. And making me go out and buy a bunch of broccoli. She only likes fucking raw broccoli. She won't eat it any other way. But anyway. And they get little prizes and stuff based on trying food. It was a really good idea. I guess I could do my own 2-Bite Club, but when I do it, it just feels like bribery. But a very good idea to get kids to try a bunch of different things, and it didn't have to be fucking, you know, cow tongue. I think they usually had one weird one, but it wasn't anything as exotic as, I mean, obviously cow tongue is not that exotic to everyone, but wasn't anything crazy exotic, you know. It's bribery, but it's good bribery. Yeah. I'm a weirdo that thinks cough medicine and stuff tastes kind of good. Like, I don't want to drink it all day long, but I'll drink it once in a while and be like, man, that's kind of tight. And Tums? I had a problem with them when I was a kid. I'd steal them from my mom's bottle, and she'd get all mad at me because I'd be sitting there with a chalky mouth. I didn't eat all your Tums. Probably what's wrong with me now. The one I don't like is Pepto. Hate Pepto. I also loved eating raw hamburger as a kid, chat. I'd sneak in the fridge and grab a handful of raw hamburger and just horf it down when no one was around because I'd get yelled at otherwise. No, I didn't die. I ate pounds and pounds of raw hamburger. Store-bought hamburger. Your wife's eats raw hamburger from the pack? Yeah. How are you not dead? I'm not trying to downplay meat sicknesses, meat-borne sickness. But I think it's, I don't know, man. I don't know if it's, I don't think it's as bad as they say it is. I think it's the concern, right? The concern is there, and the possibility of it being really bad is there. But I don't think it's as common as we're all brought up of believing it is. But did you eat raw chicken? Yes. Not like out of the fridge, but I did eat raw chicken once, like really bad raw chicken. and I was too polite to say anything. It was these sweet old people, and I was so hungry. And they offered me some of their chicken, and it was just fucking raw, dude. Like, I'm not... It was flash fried chicken. I thought for sure I was going to get ill. I didn't. You remember this story? I hate that. Yeah, we used to stay on my friend's boat all summer, friend's dad's boat all summer long. And, like, no one would come check on us. We never had any real money. And, like, we were just starving. We were basically homeless with a boat. And these old people just, you guys want some of our chicken? Yes, please. They gave us salmon, too. And my buddy ate the whole thing. And I was like, the salmon was actually, we were talking later. I was like, that chicken was so fucking raw. I was like, dude, I couldn't eat it. I ate a bunch of salmon. I was like, the salmon was good, but it was so bony. And he looked at me and went, there were bones in that? So it's amazing either of us survived that night. How do you just eat salmon bones and not know it? Yeah, I went to a couple of fancy steakhouses that have offered steak blue, which is just basically still cold in the middle. I've never done it, but I think I could. One of our mechanics ordered a blue steak. Blue's how your son likes it. I worry with my daughter because with meat and stuff too, like, you know, a worrying parent do. So I usually cook shit a little longer than I would myself, but yeah, my daughter still does a medium rare steak. Yeah, I like, so I'm the same ritual. That's why I love like deer. Like I love deer hunting and venison, man. I love that bloody gamey taste. Give it to me. Yeah, I think that's what it was, some random Bob. There was this fancy steakhouse we used to go to called the Precinct in Cincinnati. Which, if you're ever in Cincinnati and have $150 you want to blow, and it's still open 10 years later, it was tight. It's like an old jailhouse, and you like get your own private cell for your table in it. It's very cool. But it's like $100 just to sit down. Pizza is the weirdest thing I've ever heard deer meat. Like it, honestly, it's probably tight, but like I'm in Whitetail fucking City, and I've never even heard of that. I'm anti-jerky, man. I don't get it. To me, it just does not make sense. Everyone's fascination with fucking jerky. We don't need it. It's not 1862, y'all. We don't gotta hang our meat from tree branches and let it dry so it doesn't go bad. What's wrong with jerky? It's fucking expensive and the worst possible way you can use your meat. Any other preparation is better. I'm getting heated right now. Jerky makes me mad. Like, I'll eat it if you're gonna give it to me for free, but if you're gonna take perfectly good meat and dry it, I'm gonna just, you're blowing my mind. Why? Why not just fucking cook it? Y'all heard of Tupperware? I'm getting all jerked up. You heard about sausages? Yeah, I have. Sausages are wild. Like real sausage. That was an experience. I got a shitload of it from a dude from Poland. Like a shitload of it. Like it was hanging. I had to get clothes hangers out of my closet because he said I had to hang it, right? You can't put it in the fridge. You got to hang this sausage. All right, Sausage Peter. That's what he told me to call him, Sausage Peter. No, we didn't fuck. And I had Kim came home from work, and the whole kitchen. I had hooked all of our clothes hangers on the kitchen cabinets and just sausage hanging everywhere. Sausage Peter, dude. He's from fucking Polish town in Chicago. They had a Polish bike club. They'd come to our bike shop. I thought he was joking with me because he asked me, "And they'll give you my sausage." I was like, "What? Sausage Peter, I don't give you my sausage." And I was like, "What?" And then he explained to me that he makes sausage in Chicago at a Polish sausage shop in Chicago. And yeah, like it gets all gross and white and nasty looking, but that's okay according to Sausage Peter. You just eat it anyway. And I did. I ate sausage every day from hanging out of my kitchen for months until I got just sick and tired of it and threw the last of it away. It was always great, yeah. Definitely good. Alright, I'm gonna go join Tommy and wherever Tommy's at. The Donut River. It's a float tackle river, Tommy. What are you doing to me? I like sausage in small portions. It's a good side. Like some sausage and cheese, sausage and crackers and cheese, like, you know, a small bit. Like at a cookout, I'll usually do like one sausage and then burgers or dogs. I can't get full on sausage. Let's just say that and stop with the incredibly long explanation of your sausage issues. But yeah, jerky, as much as you may like it, I just don't get it. It's expensive. And we don't need it anymore. we have refrigerators and freezers. Any flavor you think you like from the jerky can be given to the meat and not be a fucking dried hunk of leather. I mean, it's a fine snack for hiking and camping, but it's expensive. I wouldn't be my first choice. Absolutely not. I would not do that. No. Smoked fish. I haven't had a lot of smoked fish. Some smoked salmon, but not like freshly done. I don't know what I'm gonna do here. Let's see what fish we're even looking at. I'm just running around talking about jerky. Is the nice ones well? I don't really look at the size of that Black Sea beluga, y'all. Good job, you Huang Beluga 1,000 kilograms underscored. Yep. I wonder if he's the guy that did it, right? Somebody did get 1,000-kilo one? Yeah. No, he's not the guy. It was Ass Jacks, Dads, Quads, Sad, Sad. Beat the previous record by over 200 kilos. I think it sold for like 30 grand, Skull Tag. Looks like a hacker name. It's not. It's legit. The dude fished it for 14 hours. 14 hours, chat. So also, there was a dev in here once. They can see the fish. You want to? I want to so badly be a dev on this game because they can see the fish we miss. They can see the fish we hook up and lose. They can know. I lost a fish once that was big, and the dev was in here. It was really early when I first started playing, and the guy was like, "Ooh, you would be upset if you knew what you just lost." And like, I talked to him about it, but yeah, he can genuinely, like, they can actively look and see what people have on the line, and that's super cool. That's the way he made it sound, Grove. He gave me some free shit to give away for tournaments and stuff. So I know he was legit. But that's the way he made it sound, is that they can actively monitor all the fishing going on. Well, they have dynamic fishing. They move the fish around and they adjust fish. If, like, a bait is being used super heavily in a spot, they'll adjust what the fish is eating and stuff like that. That's what makes this game special over other games. Is that other fishing sims is the fact that the fish can be adjusted accordingly. There's also a prison. I don't know why I paused the game, but I felt it's important to stare at you when to tell you that there's a prison lake. If you do something wrong in this game, you get sent to a prison lake. And it's like you get the shittiest gear and have to catch like 1,000 kilograms of tiny fish to get out of prison. Honestly, I love the punishment system. What's considered bad? Well, depending on who you ask. How long does it take to get out? I think it depends on your crime. I think they adjust it according to your crime. Okay, no, I can't do that. This rod is dumb. I didn't realize when I bought it that it's... Okay, can I show to you? Yes, yes, I can show you. It's that long. You see that it's clipping into that motor there? I think that I don't know. I'm not gonna sit here and pretend like I know exactly what is and isn't against the rules. Being an asshole and shit like that. I'm sure there's some attempted cheating that goes on. But I have heard through the grapevine just be like bashing regularly can get you in some shit. You're just sitting around like trashing the devs and shit. Yeah, the perspective from here, you don't realize it's that long until I show you. Then you see it every time you look at it. Now you're like, holy shit, that pole is out to where that bobber is almost. No, this is a multiplayer game. You can't see each other, but you can interact with each other, chatting, trading, tournaments, etc. What is the point of a rod so long? I don't know at this length what really is the point. When you have a reel, I don't know the point. This game has cane pole fishing too, a lot of cane pole fishing, where with no reel, you just lift them out of the water. And then those, it makes sense because you're trying to get that reach, but like this feels unwieldy to me. I know that's, length affects how far you cast. So like, you want some length to cast it, but I don't know how you would cast 25 fucking feet. Got me a Pontiac. Harder in the sense that it gives the fish a bigger lever to pull against, right? Maybe it's a challenging thing. I'm sure there's reasons. It may be to just drop your bobber in the water without casting to be a little more finesse, a little more careful. Because throwing a bobber into the water can spook fish. It's a big spladoosh. So that may be the idea of why someone would ever... I've never seen anyone with a 25... I think this is like legitimately a 25-foot rod. I've never seen one that long. I think 15 is like the biggest I've seen. And that takes a 6'6" guy to cast it well. Or somebody who's just talented, I guess. I can't cast over like 7 feet. I end up fucking nosediving it every time. I think at some point the length would get unwieldy, Holy. I don't know that this would really give you that much more casting distance over like a 12 or 15-foot rod. I've seen some guys who can fucking throw like 300 yards on 12-foot rods. It's crazy. There's even a guy who does like this weird spinning technique. He like... I'm about to get a fish, so I don't want to take my hand off, but he like twirls the line around like I'm going to say Happy Gilmore just because it looks asinine before he throws it. He like twirls the line around and then throws the pole like a bolo attempt. I love the Japanese fishing, like most things in Japan. It's just another level, I think I'm getting a bite, or is that just it pulling against my line? It stopped in the water for a minute. I fucking hate flow fishing. In real life and in this game. Yeah, we talked about fly fishing earlier. I think it's a very cool and beautiful thing. Especially when Brad Pitt's doing it in that movie. But it's just not that good. It's expensive. You need conditions that work for it. There's only some... Like, honestly, trout fishing is, like, the only thing that I think anyone could argue to me. It's a better technique. It's 8 meters long. So, it's 25 feet long. There's current down here. I don't know. I haven't really fucked around with this lake. We're gonna fuck around. We're gonna fish different. Yeah, it's cool to see the fish come up and bloop the little lure. It also lets you fish a bunch of very, very small. So that's really what fly fishing is about. A lot of people don't realize that. The thing about fly fishing is it lets you cast flies, actual flies. There's also people if you become a fly fisherman, you get into tying your own flies and getting creative, and then it really is an art thing. It's a passion thing. It's not just about going out and hammering hogs like we do. Most rods break apart, Oak. Something in my wheel on my chair. The most rods break apart. There's some really fancy Japanese telescopic. I never remember which one's which. Man, I need new lines so bad. I can afford it, I just haven't bought it. How heavy is this rod? I got no idea what I'm fishing for here. 11 pieces of carp junk. What's even in this river? There are catfish. They won't be here, though. Some carps. Is that really the rod? No, it's another Fortuna. Oh, I could look for some froggies in here. That's true. You also have a nightcrawler on? Alright, I guess we're going to try some nightcrawlers first. I didn't change the rod. Oh, I put it in 6. Carp junk. That was not the right... It also looks snagged. No, it's just heavy. Too far. Well, it's been a while since we've gone to the old bottom rods. So there is a deep spot. This isn't it. Wow, I was deep with that float, huh? The real issue with this rod is fishing this shallow is super awkward. Because you end up having the line like inside the like it'll be halfway down the pole. The bobber will be halfway down the pole. Touching bottom. I can't get deep enough. How it smells in a place like that? I doubt it would be too bad. I only find the really gets stinky when the ground at the shore is all gross and muddy, you know? But this looks nice and grassy up to it. I can cast plenty far, bro. It's not, I was only casting 27% there. I just wanted to cast there. Unfortunately, I was touching bottom. It doesn't say I'm touching bottom now. No idea what's back here. We're gonna find out. But oh, you mean just so I don't have it halfway up the rod? But what the point is, usually when you're fishing from shore, you're not fishing that far away. You're not fishing 25 feet away. Wait a minute, don't I have a dumb lantern? Hell yeah. Can't hockey it? What's it under? Accessories? Use. Hell yeah. My lantern down. Chat, you need to remind me to dig when my energy's up. Eat some of Tommy's tasty pickles. Oh, you also have to open the bail before you pick the rod up, or it'll just jerk the bobber out of the water because it's so long. This fishing sucks. What was that? What was that? Alright. Mayfly in it. We got fucking... Oh, dude. Can't go wrong with pearl barley. Barley literally made from pearls, chat. Dude, worms are heavy. Sound effects are freaky, man. And that's all the way across the pond. That should be in the deep spot, I think. Might be a little short. I don't know. You got no damn fish. Yeah, there's been quite a few ads, Blue. I think this was added like right as I quit. So I haven't really fished it. Oh, a dung beetle and a night crawler. The mother lode. You know what never fails? A classic red worm. And really, if you're just starting in this game, I think red worms are always a great bait to just kind of feel it out, see what's around. Lots of things eat them, like everything. I'll let you know if there's fish in the area. The new lake apparently actually has bears. As much as people have joked about bears killing me in Russia, apparently the new lake actually has bears to kill you. Yeah, wet bread and red worms. Classic. Throw it out there and look for fish. There's no fish here, though. That's just what we've come to terms with. It's actually really deep there, and my bobber's not very deep. Probably an issue. This is not a moose. They're terrifying. Yeah, bears aren't terrifying at all. How do people bobber fish? How do you do this to yourselves? I'm so glad they added this little window display for bobbers so you don't get to eye strain yourself. They used to make you zoom in, and then you had binoculars for the super zoom like I just did. Which wasn't terrible, but they had this nice little oh we're getting the old fish on the bottom rod. I love the super twitch. Oh, there he is. Is that a burbot? It is. That's not what I was looking for. I'll take it. Burbots are pretty cute. Chat, you're not telling me to dig, and this is a problem. Dig in that rock. Jesse, what's up? What's happening? Uh-oh, big? Got a very angry reel. Okay, this just doesn't cast very far. Yeah, that's just not it. It will be too deep there. We'll be weirdly suspended super high. Okay, Richard, cast further.
Yeah.
That's it. That's money. Guaranteed fish. Guaranteed. Do it, fish. You're gonna make me look stupid. Ugh. I think that's moving. It's not moving. I lied to you, Chuck. I did it again. Back at it again with the lies. Oh, dung beetle. Told you pooping here was a good idea. It just can't be this slow, Chad. It's not allowed. Something ain't right. Old nature honey dough. There has to be a fish species by that lily pad. It's just gotta be true. I said it's got to be true. I wonder if they make bobbers with cameras. Probably. It'd be tight to have. Maybe they like dung beetles? They certainly don't like dung beetles. So many redworm fish. Make sure to dig. Yeah, yeah. Ain't never gonna catch nothing on these damn bobbers. These aren't doing much either, huh? Oh my good RNG on the dung beetles. Tough life. I hear a bell. Did I make it up? No, this one. Burbot. It's not exactly where I wanted it, but you know what? We'll try it. That one's got the bigger hook on it. Ain't doing nothing. Oh, we know it's got the smaller hook. Oh, what? I see you wiggling. Do it. Do it, you coward. Fucking coward. Little baby bitch fish. Nice, Jasky. When I first moved to the lake, there was this kid. Clearly had issues. Beyond the ones that, like, he told me, like, epilepsy and stuff like that. His dad had just passed away. And he was, like, so excited to have somebody young that had moved to the lake. My lake's just loaded with old people. He liked fishing, so I started taking him fishing with me and just trying to be nice to him. He was hard to handle, but, you know, he's nice enough kid, I thought. And then I started taking him fishing with me a couple times, and he would just get so aggressive with the fish. And it started out as like, whatever, dude, you know, dude wants to call fish bitch. That's fine. Then he just started, like, insulting them with racial slurs and stuff. I was like, yeah, you know what? I don't feel like being the good guy who's going to be nice to the neighborhood kid anymore. Now he's addicted to methamphetamine. So, you know. Life. That looks like a sugary drink. It is. I found it. Half drank on my table. I don't have anything to drink right now. My water's in my car in like 80 degrees. I need to get it out. And nobody saw that coming. His parents don't seem to have saw that coming. Or you get addicted to meth. Sometimes you do both at the same time, yeah. One of the guys I was fishing with today in the tournament definitely looked like he was also smoking meth. Nah, this isn't right. This got to be somewhere where this bobber can get fucking active. Too shallow. Guess I'll have to go float it in the river. Tommy, why'd you bring me here? I should have just got on a boat again, but I felt like doing something different. Oh, oh. Oh, yeah. It's just going to be a burbot, isn't it? Boat's been great for you? Yeah, I just got out of the boat, you know? A little diced cheese. That's a big hook on there, though. Good job, chat. You're doing great. All right. New strategy. I don't know if that will get shallow enough. No, it won't. I have to take the leader off. I don't know if they'll even bite it without the leader on. Probably, right? Oh, that's still really deep. Is it the bobber then? Or is it just... Oh, maybe it's just the rig. Yeah. No? Alright, now we wait for frogs. I don't hear any croaking. There's no harder hitting fish in this game than a frog. I'm not in the lily pads. I'm upset about it. Wouldn't the night have been better for frogs? I think it requires a hot enough temperature, Welch. And I don't know that I don't know what 14 degrees really is. But I think they require at least X warm degrees to be active. Because they be amphibians or some shit. I don't know. I ain't no scientist. $52 degrees. Yeah, I don't know that frogs fucking 52 degrees. You can hear them in the game. It's true. It's cute. Frogs. I love that I make dumb things. Them their waters ain't froggy enough. I can't quite make it. What does the buffalo bait usually get me? Buffalo. Oh, we're in there now, buddy. That's Frog City. What's wrong with them, Jesse? They just don't taste very good? Every once in a while you get... That's a frog! Did you see how fucking fast that frog ran? No, look at him. Look at him. Got that motherfucker. I'm on the super zoom. This is awkward. I was scratching my belly, though. Come here. My pull is... Getting me some frogs. That's never going to be far enough. It's not very filling. You want a frog? I'ma squish him. Wrap him in cellophane. Put him in my pocket. Like any normal person would do with a frog. I have a frog down by my lake that's lived here all spring now that he's got to be 300 grams. He's the size of a kitten. I said this the other night, but I'll say it again because it's funny. My neighbors are from Chicago, very city folk, and they come visit for the weekend, you know. And one of their very gay and very city friends caught the big frog. And he spent all weekend telling anyone that would listen about the frog he caught. He was so happy. It was very cute. I've never... And he's like 45, by the way. It wasn't like he was, 17. He was... Alright. Getting upset with you. Do I have one of these that says tench? I do. A 6 out of 10 tench. Wood tench. Is that even in the fucking water? It's a big fucking frog. I think it is, in fact. Ooh, that looks froggy as hell. £0.66. Yeah, I bet this frog's all of that, dude. This frog's fucking massive. He's probably closer to a half-pound frog. He's absolutely the stud frog of the lake. It's all the frog ladies. I am fishing for frogs. And yes, it does work in real life. Except when you flip your bobber onto shore. Then it doesn't. Yeah, we have the big bullfrogs. The big ones they cook and eat. It's unbelievable to me that these bottom rods aren't doing better. I gotta fucking swap the damn hooks like I should have done a while ago. So I don't think that's that big. Frog gigging? I think that's where they just smack them on the head with a stick. I think that's what gigging is. Like, that was a frog on my line. I missed him. You heard him splash. My bobber will be 3 miles away. Yeah, it was over there. It's here now. Reel! Reel! Oh, there was no line to reel. Hey there, frog. Oh, nice frog. Well, you can't just... What if I do this? No, you do have to cast it. Did I get my rod set up? No, I only moved the one. This boy jingled. Oh, so they just stab him with a spear. Oh, okay. Yeah, tiny tridents out stabbing frogs so they can get, like, less food than a buffalo wing. A lot more fun than hunting buffalo wings. Yeah, it's not that hard to find the B-dubs. Squish, squish, squish. That's some wet-ass melon. If I was ever going to hunt a bear, it would be with a spear. It's the only way it would be enjoyable. I don't want to kill a bear. They're super cute. But, like, to fight one in Mortal Kombat with a spear sounds tight. No, you can't set up 10 rods. There's a 3-rod limit. Let's say it's the law. It's the law here, actually. Tiny giblets, huh? Diggy time. Na 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 na. Na na. Getting... Alright, I think we caught all the frogs out of these lily pads. Let's try here. Fuck off, duck. I'll fight you. Who jingle? One of you jingle. I just jingled them. That was me. That last time. You can check your line tension. I feel like sometimes it'll get it. If a fish is on there, it'll get him to run. Alright, knowing there's giblets here, we're gonna... Garlic dough, let's try that. Sweet dough, I only have 2 pieces of sweet dough. I don't have any cookie dough. Here, fishy, fishy, fishy. I said here, fishy, fishy, fishy. What? I opened my bail. How did that bounce my bobber? John! Shame. That fool was having trouble getting through some shit there. Those are the shame bells. Yeah, I get why they changed the rules on sending shit, but poor newbies not getting 10,000 worms sent to them. Oh my god. A quick bite. A fish. Get up here. I don't know what you are, because you're 10 miles above my head. This rod is just stupid. I got overexcited there. I'm sorry. My bobber's not actually in the water there. The rod lifted the bobber up and out. Oh, nice giblet. You know, that's closer than I wanted, but we're gonna try it. Who knows? Might be the one. Repositioning. You can only send stuff you bought with in-game, with real money currency. Like, as far as gear is concerned, Jasky. Rods and reels and stuff. The old, we were giving each other our hand-me-downs and stuff. You can't do that anymore. Yeah, like our little fishing guild here. It got pretty silly how much shit we had handed out to one another. Do you have any recommendations about learning more on IRL fishing? Have you tried Russian fishing 4? I mean, like, YouTube and stuff is okay. I think the hardest part with YouTube is you can, like, look up how to fish for blank, let's say, bass. And you get a bunch of videos from dudes bass fishing in Texas and stuff. And, like, that shit, it's useful to a degree, but you gotta understand how to apply that to your lake in North Dakota, you know? I love dangling fish from the tree. But I really do think some of these games can teach you a lot about like the real nitty gritty of rod and reel setups, as well as different types of what's the thing I'm looking for? Rigs, you know. Carolinas, Wackies, Texas, drop shot. Or boneless. On my coffee table, there's a book called Spin Fishing. It's my only coffee table book, and it's just called Spin Fishing. I think it's from like 1975, but I'd assume not much has changed. Might be missing some modern rig styles, but... What are you? I only listen that high because I'm so proud of them. I want to show off the whole world. We also have a Discord. You can always chat with the fishing boys in there. Or there's a channel in my Discord where we discuss the fishing. Yeah, some of these fish are real cute. Tommy can still send me food though, so I don't know. You can still send maybe things you make. Not sure how that works. You can ask questions right here in chat too. I love to talk about fishing. Thanks for the $10, pharmacist. You ain't never gonna catch none of these fish if you ain't never given my gosh darn dang minute to be biting. Dude, I'm giving him plenty of time to bite. I don't want to hear that. This fish isn't gonna bite fast. I'll find a fish that will. You know. A black carp. Those are worth the monies. What's it like to be a millionaire now, Jasky? Rod? Rod? There you go. Cottage cheese, though. How can you say no? But thank you very much for the $10, pharmacist. Ow, bug on my face. Ah, keys in my pocket. Stab me. Ah, this little pond sucks. I'm gonna get a boat. What other fish are out here? Big old chubs. Big thick chub. There's grass carp? Not much big in the spin fishing department, huh? Don't be a coward, Jassy. Ignore Gengar. Catch big fish. Be a hero. I don't know which one was jingling there. It's probably not smart to cross them. Hell yeah, fish. Alright, that's enough. Didn't do this right. You're not out there telling them to hop on? Well, that's what you're doing wrong. Step one, tell the fish what you want. I'm gonna get smoked if I get into a big carp. Yeah, I gotta go get in a boat and I'm mad about it. If it was down in that little channel, I could have fucking dealt with fighting a big carp down there. But out here on this river, they'd murder me. Thank you. I like the change in my pocket. Your pocket in my pocket. That's not how you use those. Or that. These people need to get learnt. They got the scarecrow right at least. Why's everybody got fucking... I mean, it's one thing to see it, one guy with it, but everybody's got one? I'm lost. Who am I? How much money have I made so far? Woo-wee, $31. I didn't want the ATM. I want the cafe. I don't want the drink vending. It's like all these are for fish I was looking for and didn't catch. Upsetting. Did I just hear somebody make like a real creepy noise, or am I drunk? It's sounding creepy. Which way does the river go? Hammer down! Are you even trying, boat?
It's so good, Jasky. Alright, Tommy. Mano y mano. 1v1. Put your money where your mouth is, fish bitch. I've never put a lure in this water. I'm ready. Ooh, thunder. This boat is fucking slow. It's about to be dark. It's a great time. You're not allowed to even get your shovel out in the boat. It's against the law. Russians, man. Weird laws. You ain't got no cucumbers, Jasky? Why ain't you in the cucumber business? I don't have any cucumbers either, but I got this juicy watermelon. I mean, it is wet. Oops, that's not it. Get in here, Tommy Pickles. He's gonna say, I don't have premiums to do your tournament, Richard. And I'm gonna go, God damn it. How much is premium? I don't remember. You can get it as like in 3-day increments. Tommy's not in my tournament. He's a coward, chat. He sent me pickles, so he's here. The password is Tommy Pickles. I think you need premium to do tournament. Maybe just to host tournaments. It's a capital P though. You can't do capital letters except the first one. This game, it's one of my favorite features about this game. You can't yell in capitals or even add any additional capitals. I don't think it's about scaring the fish. I think it's because people are fucking dumb. But maybe I'm wrong. The hell are we fishing for here? Tiny things with our spinning rods, right?
There's chubs out there. There's some big pike, but I'm not gonna go after those. Fuck that. Some Xanders, but I'm not gonna go after those either. That's too much work. Alright, I'm gonna make it all up in Pontiac shad. No, that's not the one. What are we catching? I don't know. Did you cap? Ah, no. No, that ain't it. That's a fat gibble. Oh, it really is gonna be Pontiac shads. Hey, there's a third person gonna take our money. Unable to complete. I don't know what I tried to complete. They're gonna try hard and go after Pike, Tommy. They're fucking up our mano y mano. I mean, we can just ignore them. Give them our money. The stinky stick's never as good as the nasty worm. It's a fact. Everybody knows it. Everybody's talking about it. Tournament's on now. This rod can only cast this like 6 feet. I should have really swapped that around. Oh yeah, there's one. There's one, baby. Feeling like a hog too. Oh yeah. I need to switch the chats back. Oh, winning it with a pumpkin seed. Feeling good about it. Oh, 67 grams. How you gonna keep up with all these hogs? Wait, there's asp out here? I didn't see that on the list. Are you on the right lake? I didn't know there were asp out here. Oh, fucking A. I mean, I'm just hammering little tiny shitheads. Fuck your asp. I'm in it. I got a fish. Alright, buddy. Come on. What's that thing? A Volgazander? Oh, I was just gonna move you. Wait now, things are getting serious. People are catching pike and stuff. Oh, that's fast. Better hurry up. We got fish everywhere. Come on, 170 grams. Every gram counts. Oh, yeah. Pumpkin seeds, baby. That fucker hooked up right away. I have no idea. I just started at the end of the river and I plan to float down it the entire tournament. I got no bigger plans than that. Wait, is that a fish on there? Dude, I don't think it'd be slack like that if there wasn't fish. Oh, is that a pike? Whoops.
Oh no, that's not a fish. Hey, I'm just walking the dog out here. What do you want from me? If a pike bites, I can't help it. Who knew they liked dog walking so much? Sorry, Chad, I can't talk to you anymore. Super serious competitive fishing. Big perch, big perch. That's Tommy Big Perch Giro there. The lines were confusing me. Alright, we're gonna swap this around. I just got serious. I'm sorry, Tommy. I don't know, I felt like I needed to mix it up here. I liked catching pumpkin seeds for a while, but then they stopped biting. Okay, one. Does it just die at night? Is that all my issue is? I want to swap. I definitely don't need you. Still gonna use you. What a waste. Oh no, my mic is going dead.
Thank you, Rombot. Quite proud of my monster. Oh, I'm a little close to shore. Ain't no fish here at night. There's too much navigating in this river. It's too windy. Hey, Sentinel. That fucker wasn't out there at all. Oh, damn it. I, make mistake. The H? Oh, okay. Yeah. Some of that might happen too, if you're lucky. Absolutely owning the only person in the tournament that matters. I did hear about it, but I haven't looked at it. I haven't seen a Twitch integration that's been done very well, so I don't have a lot of hope there. Hey. It's so windy. So much driving has to be done. Nice pumpkin seed, Tommy. Oh, I'm trolling through some stuff. Oh, I got a fish. I wasn't paying attention. My rod's bent over my head. Feels like you troll so fast downstream in this river. so much driving. I'm tired. Tired already. You're gonna pee your pants in the middle of the tournament. Too much tea. Rookie mistake. Oh, that branch is cool way out over the river like that. Oh, Tommy. Staying in there. That fucker just keeps hitting bottom over there. Hey, Mill. Oh, a Citral. Ah. I won't be able to do it now, will I? Wasting time. The sun's up, wasting time. I don't have any tench mix. I just smoked my last one, man. Sorry. Where the fuck is it? Oh, there it is. That's too big. That's probably too big, too. You're gonna run it anyway. Oh my god, I'm wasting so much time. This river's kind of laggy, huh? Oh, baby. Was that 13 grams? Oh man, time wasted was totally worth it. Illegally small, I know, right?
Oh, oh, oh.
Wait, was that not a fish and just hitting bottom? I think it was. Yeah, it is. We'll zoom in a little. Maybe that'll help us keep it. This isn't the right thing out there. It's out there now. It's too late. It's gonna have to work. Alright, time to turn around. Hammer down. Yeah, no line tangle mechanic. You can get snagged, but no line tangle mechanic. I just don't know how they'd make it work. Like, what would you do to untangle your lines? A mini game? Break out into a mini game? Some cool action music while you untangled your lines? Quick time events. Oh, Tommy's found them sickle. I'm gonna have to give him my rare trophy. He's earned it. 40-gram pumpkin seed. Was it a record fish? What a guy. I have the USA record for that fish, so like he needs to just get on my level. This guy just ain't doing it. You'll never hear the end of it. It's the cutest fish to have the USA record for. Everyone's talking about it. Other regions are worried I'm coming for them next. Is there a Canada and Mexico region? Nah, dude. They're just USA. Uh-oh. I'm gonna lose that fish because I, for some reason, turned off trolling. All 3 grams of it. Oh my god. It really is 34 fucking grams. Hope I can at least squish those. Yeah, we've been getting a lot of lightning and thunder. I don't sound like it's doing much else, though. That's a tiny chub, dude. Hella tiny chub. It's pouring up there? Good, good. I plan to go fish the river tomorrow. It'd be nice if there was some water in it. They've been so low. I don't want free shit. I don't know who's sending me stuff. If it's not Tommy's Pickles, I don't accept. Please get in the fucking boat. Shouldn't have talked shit about your tiny chub. I do not make leaders. Or talk to strangers. Couple of pumpkin seeds, Tommy? It doesn't touch worldwide, that's true.
Oh, 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 oh. We need those. 24 hours in game and IRL. Yeah, we need those. Oh man. Oh man. That might be a toothy critter takes our bait there. Oh yeah, that was a good crackle. Someday I'll pick up the right rod. Ah, too much is happening. Help. I need an assistant. Gotta get those 78 grams, man. Ah, no. This is dangerous, Richard. You're a dangerous boy. Someday you'll be a man. Oh, there's a... Is that a fish dragging across the surface there? Or am I crazy? How far back is this fucking thing? Oh, it's out there. Meanwhile, tiny fish is dragging. Where the fuck am I on this river? Ah, yes, here.
I'm not sure that thing's even in the water. It is now. Huh. Any bounce in the bottom in here? It's fucking deep. How is this possible? Yep. Uh-huh. That's so weird that thing is saying it's bouncing. It only runs a meter deep. Oh, it has a fucking fish on it. Maybe it was just bugging out. Or it bit just as I threw there? I don't know. That's weird. They both look wrong. Oh, I missed a fish. Didn't get the notification in chat though, so I don't have to be shamed. Avoided the shame. Oh, did it say it in the chat? Nah. Not real. Could have been a boulder. Do, 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 do. I really need to redo my hooks and not just keep saying I'm gonna do it. Got these backwards now though. That'll be alright. The fuck? Is that just a big perch? Ugh. Okay, that's a cast. And then it yeets it into the forest. That's the button. I caught a rock once. Thought it was a big ass fish. I was sitting there fucking every time I lift up on my rod. I'd be like, that's the rock. And then every time I'd let down on my rod, it'd fucking shimmy and shake and pull. And I'd be like, that's a fish. And I did that for like ever until I finally landed this like 17-pound rock. I managed to hook a divot in the middle of the rock, and it was a flat rock. So it would, every time I'd let the line down, the rock would go whoosh, 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 falling back down to the bottom, and felt like a fish trying to swim. It was very funny. I tried to keep the rock and then forgot at the last minute. I was mad. I wanted to keep it, though. It's my first ever rock. How much weight can poles handle? Depends on the pole. Some can handle massive amounts. Like, people do dumb YouTube videos of, like, dirt bike versus fishing pole. Oh, hello. That's a pretty good fish. This might get us back in it. That's a damn good fish. No, it's not. The rod is a lie. Why did that fucking pull so hard? Oh, it's fucking pouring. And windy as a motherfucker. Let's hide from that. Back in our headphones where it's safe. You want to hear it, chat? Oh. Oh, man. That's fucking spooky. I missed out on good fish over that. It was nice to watch till my neighbor also looked out. The guy across the street also looked out the window, and we just kind of like made weird eye contact, and then I went inside. It Just standing there with my pants unbuttoned and headphones on, staring in a storm like some sort of weird freak. We ain't winning this one. He was doing it too. His pants weren't unbuttoned. He didn't have headphones on. He was like drinking a cup of coffee like a normal folk. Hell yeah, Tommy and I put up prizes for this tournament. And Gengar came and snatched them from us. 200-gram fucking ass. Get out of here. Why did that lure just pop back to there? I don't even want to talk about it. We're not going to worry. It'll catch up. No, not the HVAC guy. He's a fucking weirdie. I wouldn't have worried about him seeing me in my underwear. This is my nice neighbor, good guy. Grandkids in my daughter's grade. We don't have enough time for those enough 2-kilogram pike. We need a 10-kilogram pike. It's like $100 or something, Hollow. It's just 3 of us fucking around. You gotta get in the thick shit. Oh shit. Wrecked Tommy. Bears are only on the new map. No bears here. But apparently they did actually, for some reason, add bears. I think it's the best fishing sim, yeah. I don't know that. I would say best game. You might want some real arcadey experience or something. What was the result? I don't remember. I got second. Tommy got last. Gengar won. It was like 38-28 something. I didn't look at Tommy's. Just looked that I was ahead of him. Fishing Planet's not bad. I don't think it's as good. If you want to catch a bass and American fish, play Fishing Planet and deal with the fact that it's just not quite as good. Actually, no, I'm going to go back up here. But if you just want, like, for pure best fishing, best sim, this is the one. Oh my god, it's 7 o'clock in the morning? I gotta go to fucking bed, eh? Yeah, I gotta go to bed. I did not realize it was 7 o'clock in the fucking morning. Jesus Christ. I haven't eaten today either. Seeing as it's 7 o'clock in the morning, it's been a while. I thought it was like 5. Let's see if we made any money or if we lost it all to Gengar. Addicted to fishing. I am. I really enjoy this. Thank God I'm off the boat. Oh God, am I trapped? Yeah, it was 10 kilos. I was not prepared for the aspen stuff. I didn't even know they were there. I was all set to just catch shads all night long, and where the fuck's the cafe? Over here. Yeah, I know. I gotta get my... Oh, I still need 2 million to get to the 32 as well. Crack-a-lackin'. Oh, wait, sorry. What can I squish? They have to be 17 grams. Mine's too small to squish. I don't think I got any squishable fish. Ooh, I felt my chair shake there. That one was close. Yeah, it's storming like crazy.
All right, I'm gonna get off here, chat. Thank you all for being here. I appreciate it, and I'll be back. Maybe tomorrow, like I said, I might take the night off and go camp. If this weather is just for tonight and not gonna persist in tomorrow. Yeah, it was very loud. It didn't hit my house, but it hit like across the lake from me. Bye.